Oh, shit. Sorry, I forgot how to stream, guys. In my brief break from streaming, I forgot how to. My fault. Hold on. That's embarrassing. Let me do that again. Oh, what is up, guys? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hope everyone is doing good. Good to see everyone. How's it going for the very first time today? Wow. Good to see everyone. Yeah. Haven't seen you guys in what? Like a day and a half? Crazy. Oh, man. Yo, so CitizenCon, pretty crazy, right? PU, not doing so hot at the moment. 1.0 on the way. Any day now, I heard, actually. Yo, Fighter Phoenix, what's up, dude? Starlancer owners, so crazy. Starlancer came out of left field. I know there was leaks beforehand. But like on top of that, it's going to be ready in November. And Polaris, kind of crazy. PU's cooked. Awesome. I can't wait. I can't wait. I mean, we're going to watch the 1.0 panel again, probably. So if PU is like really bad, we can go do that. Yeah. So my one copium high take before I focus on my work for the rest of the day is 2026 release date is more for Star Citizen than Squadron. For Star Citizen to catch up, yeah, you're kind of right about that. I mean, it's convenient at the least. You know what I mean, Victor? But I mean, if you watched that Squadron trailer, you would know Squadron also needs the time. It also needs the time. It is not a competition because Squadron looks like it needs polishing as well. You know? We're getting GTA 6 before Squadron. Looks that way. It does look that way. I mean, unless there's another delay, which, you know, there might be. But who would do that? Who would delay their game again? That'd be crazy, right? Yo, Sorek, what's up? Someone was asking about I think it was Aetherius was asking about what my opinion on base building was and the industry stuff. And in my opinion, anyone who's like a fan of the stream, anyone who's listened to me talk over and over and over and over and over again about what I think this game needs, dude, they said all of it in the panel. They said, like, almost, if I wrote down my top 100 things I want for the game, I'd say 80 of them were in that 1.0 talk. I'd say 80 of them were in the 1.0 talk. That being said, now CIG's got to actually deliver. Are servers still degraded? Yeah, they're still saying degraded. It's a brave man who plays the current patch after watching CitizenCon. What do you mean? What do you mean? You know what Zero State said? Zero State said at CitizenCon 2023. I'll never forget this. So funny. And he's just said what we were all thinking. The worst part about CitizenCon is having to go home and play Star Citizen. It's true. It's true. Do I think crafting will come with base building? Yeah, almost exclusively, it looks like. Almost exclusively. Star Citizen direction looked good. Was glad to hear. How long will it take, though? Years. Years. Years and years. But I mean, guys, I like what's on the other side. I didn't know if I was going to like what's on the other side of 1.0. And I think some of you in the back of your head, you were wondering if you would like what was on the other side of 1.0. Are they actually building a game that's going to be fun, that I'm going to want to sink time into, that I'm going to want to invest time into, that actually has the environments and the scale and the meaning that I want? You know, I was thinking it. And yesterday, that conversation proved to me at least that they know how to get there. They've got the roadmap. Now, can they? Right? Because it's like a lot of that's so good. You know, like being able to... Yeah, I mean, they're making first-person Eve. It's kind of like Eve mixed with... There was another game I was thinking of that was a really good mix. I can't, maybe World of Warcraft a little bit, because there's going to be instancing. There's going to be fully safe zones, right? Like high security sounds to me like it's going to be 100% safe. It's not going to be like you show up in
Please don't mention what you didn't like during SitCon. Please.
I'll tell you what I didn't like was showing up on day one at 3 a.m. in the morning and hearing about grass. It looked cool though. I mean, it looked cool, but like, I was like, please tell me it gets better from here. Please. Please tell me it gets better from here. Care Bear sector. So,
hey bro,
I just want to let you know something.
The other day saying the last 5 years of sitcoms have been all pyro and server meshing. We're finally moving past that. They show 2 new systems and laid out a clear direction for the game, at long last. I'm really pleased with sitcom. Huge win in my opinion.
Yep.
The question of course is the timeline.
Yep. So, yeah, totally agree. What I was going to say though is about the Care Bear system. Oh, totally. That's what we call an Eve. But I wasn't trying to like point you out or anything. I was just going to say that for people who like don't like Care Bears or think like it's a bad thing they have safe places, guys, for people who are PvE exclusive, we need them to be a part of the game. They're going to help the economy. They're going to help with creating more life in the verse. And if you give them a place to go and a place for us, it's just a win-win.
Hey man,
you know?
Hope you are doing good.
It's just a win-win.
Sounds like some exciting SC stuff.
Yeah, people who do farmers, people who do industry. I mean, yeah. I mean, and the thing is for those people who want to choose to operate outside of those high security systems in the PvP zones, that stuff is going to be really fun for the people who want to go do that. And it sounds like the systems they have out there are cool. So far, kind of sounds potentially optional to go to those areas, which is fine. But yeah, I think it's okay. Nobody's really been able to do this kind of game before, like super well, which is like, I'm not even talking about like a space sim, like sci-fi sim, Star Citizen. I'm talking about like make a PvEVA, right? Like everything. And everyone feel really good about it. PvA is the easier way to say it. Player versus all. Yeah, and you know what, Robert? Here's the other thing that you guys are not thinking about is people are saying, oh, Care Bears will have their system. Well, the lawless people, if you're a lawless player, you'll also sort of be bound to the lawless systems in sort of a similar way to the very lawful PvE players to the other systems. Because if you try to go to the high security system and you have like a mega crime stat or something, you're going to get hunted down, you know? So it's kind of I think it'll be cool, personally. Yeah, very Star Wars Galaxy, very Guild Wars 2, a lot of Eve inspiration. Yeah, it's like, I feel like if you're a PvPer, what they laid out last night sounds fun. If you're a PvEer, what they laid out last night sounds fun. If you like non-combat or cozy or just like space sim gameplay, I mean, it's still, no matter what angle you want to approach the game from, it sounds like a good time, which is cool. Even PvP freaks will want to choose their fight. Well, they'll have to, or like I said, they'll be locked out of certain areas of the game, which again is fine, but that's the choice they'll make. You know what I mean? So like there'll be some like invisible lines people won't be able to cross basically, or actually very hard lines because they'll be separated by jump points. Oh, dude, I gotta get some gear on. I'm actually not sure why I'm naked, but, you know, standard Berks stream, I guess. Do you think they're holding Odin for Squadron? Yeah, seems so. I mean, who knows? Maybe we don't know what happens in Squadron. Maybe Odin gets, you know, kaboomed. Maybe Odin gets exploded. I live in my chill zone, and I want that for you, like genuinely. I want this to be a game that anyone can get into. I think that that's the only way you can build a successful game like this. And it sounds like they're doing it in the most interesting way. That's the coolest part, man. That's the coolest part. I mean, the fact that they're going to have like the material resources that have the quality, that's a good idea. And then the crafting, the tier level craft system. I mean, they essentially made the game a lot less pay to win because of that system. Like, yes, you can still buy a ship. I can still buy the Inferno and then have the Inferno ready to go and just upgrade it or whatever, however the system's going to work. But like, you still got to play the game in order to like get the good stuff. You know? Yeah, it's just store tier. Exactly. Store tier. I can tell you this, once Pyro drops, Stanton will be screwed. Now we have a safe place to run to. Yeah, I see what you mean. The only thing is, if you don't know, Jaybird, okay, get this. Here's something that's interesting for everyone. If you have a crime stat in the first iteration of Pyro that's coming up in 4.0, oh, look at the Zeus. If you have a crime stat, you will not be able to use the jump points. Now, eventually, you'll be able to find like a smaller, like hidden jump point that you can go through. But, yeah, in the first iteration, you can't use jump points. Yo, Blindy Boy, what's up? You saw CitizenCon, you said I had to change my name. Oh, dude, crash the desktop. No. Oh, 30K, no. Hey guys, worst part about CitizenCon. Worst part about CitizenCon. Do you think all that stuff is going to come next year? No, and neither do you. They said 12 to 18 months for just base building and monster hunting. And that will probably just be the first iteration. That will be just the first iteration. Oh God, can't even get into EU. Hey, can we open up the PTU or something? You know, can we open up Pyro again, please? Attention, we got an EPTU build today.
They'll never be able to please everyone. I was watching SC live chat, and when they revealed endgame gameplay for orgs, at long last, half the effing chat was saying, what about us solo players? Bruh.
Listen, I'm going to say something to you, okay? If you're a solo player, you have more gameplay than anyone else. You've got more gameplay than anyone else. Because the way that they're talking about the gameplay towards the end game is that they're wanting you to conquer and divide with tasks. If you're a solo player, you're going to have to do it all yourself, which is like, you can either look at that as a good thing or a bad thing. But the thing is like, you're not going to be flying a Bengal by yourself, dudes. You know? That's a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. That's just not what Star Citizen is. Says who? CIG. They've been saying it for years. Oh yeah, watch me. CIG said it would be an 80-hour-a-week job to solo a javelin. So you could do it. You could do it. Yeah, I got into live, but it's not going pretty good. We're about to 30K again, I think. Well, not anymore, Seraph. Did you hear what they were talking about at CitizenCon? When you steal ships now, they lock and you won't be able to fly them when you steal a ship. So like, stealing ships is going to mean you have to have a SRV. But if you have an SRV, yeah, dead man switch is what they called it. I mean, guys, it's an MMO. You know what I mean? Of course, orgs are going to get an advantage. If you're a solo player, though, the game sounds super fun for you, too. I don't think there's anything to complain about. It sounds like they're making instance content just for you, too.
What was your favorite part of CitizenCon this year?
The 1.0 talk. I didn't think it would be either. It bothers me they're not even giving updates on the status page. Yeah, probably because they haven't fixed anything yet. You know? I'd imagine most of them are just now getting back from CitizenCon. Or today, right? Most of them probably leave today. What about you? What was your favorite part? Oh, God. Yeah, this is how live was for me yesterday. Hey, but we just need a little more patience, guys. It's a virtue. We're going to be waiting for a few years. I know. I know. I think realistically, my prediction is what I've been saying this whole time, actually. I don't think that my prediction has changed at all. Which is like 5 to 7 years. Can't retrieve ships? Yeah, not currently. Maybe I'll hop servers. The one I was just on seemed alright. Do I feel happy or positive about Star Citizen's future? I feel like I'm happy that it looks like they got a plan. You know? Yeah. But here, I've heard things from CIG before that I've really liked. And that didn't happen, you know? So for me, seeing is believing. Yeah, sorry, I missed your message, Trust, but I think that was a really good point about Squadron. Showing off a rich prologue with cinematic heavy content is better to drop immediately post-release. Yeah. Was now the time to show the type of gameplay that will be in there, mechanics, flying? Yeah, I would agree with that. That probably would have been better to show like something that's like maybe like a vertical slice like the one from 2017. Or someone even said this a while back, redoing the vertical slice from 2017. That would have been good. Where's Tony Z? You guys cannot convince me that Tony is a major part of the project anymore. You guys cannot convince me. He's gone. Hey, what's up, Anna? Ollie Berks, I like the Pioneer section. Yeah, me too, actually. How do you guys feel about Pioneers are the only ships in the game that can make space stations? I think it was good that they gave them something special. That ship deserves to be special, I think. Exclusivity sucks. I'm sure you'll be able to buy it in game. How would you have preferred to see it done? You just like get like some sort of like spaceship or sorry, space station starter, throw it in space. Smaller ships build space stations slower. It just seems like they wanted space stations to be an org thing. You know, like a big org thing. Like I don't think I'll have a personal space station. I don't think most people will. Yo, Hip Hop, what's up? Thanks for the Prime. Pioneer's not an org thing? Kind of seems like they're making it one. Looks like it is. I mean, there's lots of stuff that you could have said was X, Y, or Z before yesterday. You know what I mean? Things are changing. Pioneer's a whale thing? Well, every ship is a whale thing. You know? Because you can buy every ship. Aren't stations in-game? Stations aren't just in-game. They're in-game for orgs. Except a Bengal. Apparently. Well, you guys think they're going to sell the Bengal now? That they've confirmed that you'll be able to fly it one day? No? I hope not either. That'd be amazing. CIG, if you're listening, please. Please. That makes me really excited. Having ship, I've always talked about that. Having ships in game that are only earnable in game. And dude, having the best one in the game or the biggest in the game would be insane. That would actually be so hype. I hope they stick to it, man. My tutorial got skipped because of crashing. Shake my head. What do I do now? Hayden, great news for you. The tutorial is broken anyways, and you would have had to abandon it. So, best thing that you could do, I'd say, is I have a new player guide on my channel you could watch. The biggest difference, and I'll tell you right now what it is when you're walking around at wherever you're at, whatever landing zone you're at, you're going to see these consoles outside shops, outside your hab, in your hangar. They're going to be everywhere, and they look like little TV screens. And you walk up to them. What do they say on top of them, guys? What's the name it says? for the consoles. It's for your inventory is what it is. So you can walk up to it and grab your stuff out of it. Or if you buy something from a shop at a landing zone, it goes to those screens, is how it works. So that's the only thing different about my tutorial. Everything else is up to speed. They already solved the selling ships problems, though. Pledge equals tier 1 holes. Dude, I'm so happy about that. I've been saying that for years. Like, for years and years and years. And it was just a good idea. I'm not saying, like, it came from me. But I'm so glad they went that direction. Well, Robert, to be fair, all of the gameplay is conceptual. They didn't actually confirm the bangle, they just showed one being made. Right, but I mean, the insinuation, if you're making one at your space station, what should you be able to do with it? You know what I mean? But that being said, I agree. It's all conceptual. Who knows? Interesting about Tony Z from Astropub last night. He is still there and is working, but is shy and doesn't like crowds. And apparently some people freaked him out shortly after his big Quanta presentation. So he sits in the background waiting for server meshing. Interesting. That's the first time I've heard that take on it. I will say people were really weird about Tony. Really, really, really weird. So, I mean, I could believe that's possible. Hey, I just took the time and counted. There's 396 players in my comlink. Are they trying to server mesh? No. So if there's that many players in your comlink, it's just a visual bug. Sorry for, you wasted your time counting all those, but just a visual bug. Like, what happens is those players haven't DQ'd from the server, or at least most of them. Oh my God. Excuse me, can you get out of my room, please? It's a private area. I have a stalker? Dude, this is what happened to Tony Z.
Berks craft a Berks Bengal.
Yo, Bob, what's up with the 39? Thank you. Dude, I'm like, I can't get out of bed either. Dude, this is so creepy. Oh, man. Hey, yo, what did I drink last night? Oh, there we go. Oh, am I going to be able to get out? I can't get past this guy. He's got me. Help! Good day, sir. KO him? Dude, I wish you could. This isn't Pyro, unfortunately. Swampler worms look absolutely terrifying. You're not wrong. The jungles, the swamp worms, like all that looks really good. I mean, it sounds to me like hunting monsters is going to be like a profession, basically, which is cool. Which is cool. I got to be honest with you guys. I know that may not even be necessarily like realistic, but I mean, it's so true to the sci-fi. Like, I guess trope is the wrong word. I think it fits well, especially if they continue to make it cooler. I think like it obviously has some like goofiness in it that might get goofy. Like nobody's gonna want to sit there and like sit still and shoot something, like even a worm like that, for like minutes. People are probably just gonna A2 bomb it, most likely. And then how does that work, right? It's just gonna take one bomb, maybe a couple. Do I think 1.0 is going to be before or after Squadron? Probably after. Dude, I cannot get a ship out anywhere. Okay, who wants to watch the 1.0 panel? All right, who wants to watch the 1? Oh, dude. I bet bombs will be a lower item quality. Ooh, yeah. Maybe you can make like high quality bombs. New impression of idea. Just become the Predator and search the verse for trophies and decorate my home. That sounds fun. I mean, you know what's cool is the way that they're building the game. You really could like build your whole identity around like a stealth profile. Get like a Hornet Ghost. You know, get like the sniper suit and just like really play to that style. Like, man, they really are getting close, guys, to, and when I say close, I mean years, but to kind of like Star Wars. Like, we're kind of getting like Star Wars the game minus the Force, you know? Like, there's no Jedi, there's no space magic, but, well, I mean, unless you count the Vandal, holy moly. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxies a little bit. Okay. I really like the Vandal. I think they look good, yeah. What'd you think about seeing the Jav in Atmos on Castra? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I would just have to see like what the atmosphere, are you talking about like it flying in atmosphere? I don't remember specifically seeing that, but like I remember when I asked that question about Crusader, because javelins were going to Orison and landing there and docking there. Whenever I brought that up, I was told that the atmosphere is like buoyant enough for the javelins to fly there. So I don't know.
Them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the Sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby, Alex, and
gotcha,
our newest
Al.
member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much, guys.
When did they talk about that? Did they talk about it in this panel?
They had never participated in a CitizenCon before.
I'll keep an eye out for it.
I think they were a little surprised at first at the sheer amount of work that.
Have you ever thought of trying Eve, seeing as Star Citizen is sort of going in that direction? Fly gameplay completely a put off? Yeah, it is for me. I mean, that's the reason I like Star Citizen, you know? Like, the gameplay in Eve is what I think is so special about it. The mechanics, the features, and it sounds like Star Citizen's trying to do their own version of that, which is cool. Yo, Alderman with the 7 months. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate it.
That goes into doing this, but they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff. The last of which you're gonna see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present, I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right. I hope I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyra gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back there, And folks are coming up to me and they're thanking me for this and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today. I'm struck.
Did immediately after the show, he went back to the office, ran it through, no crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication.
Dude, this was so funny.
He's like, okay, I'm going to get it done.
He's talking about the Squadron 42 playthrough they put on YouTube.
Great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch.
He genuinely looks like he did not sleep.
Anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building and the crafting and the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for. Right? I don't mean that as a knock.
Okay. Sorry, really quick. I was going to ask about the worm raids. Do you think they'll be on a timer for several fixed locations, or is it something that you could spawn somewhere within a large section on the surface? So I think if the conditions are right, it will spawn. But they talked about baiting it out where you'll kill little ones and then the little ones will draw in the adults, and the adults, I think if you kill enough of those, will draw in the big one, the big guy. So I think that you can also kind of like aggravate it. But I do think it will take time, most likely. I think it will take time. Yeah, club a baby sandworm. That's what I was thinking. I do hope that there's like maybe like, you know, it'd be cool if you could get like a thumper or something you put down on the ground, like something you could craft and it like draws a creature out or something. Could also be cool.
I just mean that in today's world, you
like Dune,
constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point
I don't know, Deep Gift.
I don't know. At CIG, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, you know, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve. And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, you know, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that?
It's cool of him to say that.
And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, you know, inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. You know, everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today. is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure, I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the
No, there's no
marker is,
beta.
And,
we're in beta right now.
Rich Tyra, who's our
This
senior
is beta right
game
now.
director, is going to come
Essentially.
out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So without further ado, Rich Tyra.
Listen, guys, even PlanetSide 2 has fishing, okay? PlanetSide 2 has fishing. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get. Beta means most features available, right? Don't hear what I'm not saying. There will never be a true beta for Star Citizen, is what it's seeming like CIG is pushing for. So we're just going to get our beta alpha experience up until 1.0. And then we'll be live. So we're not really in beta now. You're right. But like we're going to get this like pseudo beta alpha experience on the way to 1.0. And then we'll just be considered live. Weird, but okay. I mean, think about it this way. 1.0 is just sort of, again, the same way that we're not getting a beta. 1.0 sort of is beta, you know? 1.0 is beta. They just don't want to call it that, I think. We'll have server meshing. Well, 4.0 is supposed to have server meshing. So, live is beta. Beta is live. 1.0 is live, but it's also beta. But it's also not beta. You know what I mean? Yeah. My daughter will be in college by the time this comes out. I mean, yeah, a lot of things are going to happen, I think. .0 equals no wipes. Yep. No wipes, and they say a couple other things. But here, let's listen.
All right, Rich. Don't crash.
Yeah.
Yo, Kendricks, what's up with the Prime?
Hello, CitizenCon. So, my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen?
Yeah, this is the 1.0
Well, today,
panel from CitizenCon yesterday.
Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game.
Okay.
Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important.
Yeah, Django, everyone knows that 1.0 isn't beta. We're just saying there isn't actually a beta phase, so it's all jumbled up together, which is correct. Can we see that one more time? Sure.
It means no more resets between patches. It's a true
I'll believe it when I see it. True. Very true.
Universe. So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those...
Django, listen, do you want to make a bet on if there's going to be unpolished features after 1.0? Do you want to make a bet if there's going to be bugs after 1.0? Because I'll take that bet with you. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? That's all I mean. I'm not trying to be like, well, actually, I'm just saying like we're getting a mixed experience. That's all. We're getting a mixed experience is probably what's going to happen. I hope so. I hope you're right. Yeah, I'd hope it's nothing like we get now. Totally.
Features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time.
Nah, 5 to 7 years.
Content,
I think,
feature or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later.
Sorry, they literally said they aren't releasing tier 0 features after 1.0. Yeah, we have multiple features that are past tier 0 right now that are bugged. You know? Guys, here's the truth. Okay, why are we arguing about this? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just they're made up words. It doesn't matter. Change. Beta, alpha, live. Just give it to me if it's fun. That's all I want.
Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems. But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went.
True.
To give you an idea, Stanton had 4...
I think it will be much more polished and less bugs, but that doesn't mean that there won't be bugs. It just means that they'll be holding off on content that isn't 100% finished, in my opinion at least. Yeah, totally. And again, guys, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you know? Like, here's the truth. There's like quite literally no value in us defining what beta or alpha is for Star Citizen. Do you know what I mean? Like, no, we don't get any value out of that. So there's really no point in talking about it. That being said, I think that whatever the 1.0 experience should be much more polished than what we have right now. I completely agree. It's just pre and post 1.0. That's might as well what we just call it. Pre 1.0, post 1.0. That's really all that exists now. I agree with that, Blaze.
Points of interest. And the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest. And that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, Uzumaki.
So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more. and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you.
King Lupus, bro, you got to refresh.
So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. To help...
Wow, main story.
To help
Gavros,
new and
thanks very
existing
much.
players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer.
So, guys, I think all main story means is like you're going to get like a aUEC quest line of like things to do that are going to pertain to teaching you how to play the gameplay loops. Like that's really all it means. I don't think it's going to be like main story like Squadron main story. I think it's going to be a lot more like Star Citizen experience now. Bro, listen to the video. Well, I'm clarifying for people who are asking questions in the chat, my friend.
Story will become the spine of the universe.
All right.
And help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer.
Yeah, I'm aware, guys. You
like
get citizenship.
The United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each...
Sorry, I just want to read through some of these really quick. Hydrogen, quantum fuel, towing, refueling, repair. Okay, interesting. It's just like
factions,
typical industry stuff.
Guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Give it up for David. I most likely missed this, but being a PvP player, are you excited for 1.0 or not much? It sounds like they're giving PvP players everything they could have ever wanted. If you ask me, the only thing that they're not allowing PvPers to do is to go inside high-sec systems and murder everyone relentlessly. And, you know, that's okay. That's fine. Aside from that, they're giving them everything that they could have wanted, I think. This is like, I think, a PvPer's dream, especially if you're in an org. I think that what they're showing in 1.0 is pretty mouth-watering for people who like that stuff.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon. How's it going?
PvEers need a safe area to have fun in. Yeah, they talk about that in depth in this presentation. Keep watching.
Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that?
Yeah, hip-hop, that'd be cool.
It's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on...
I'm actually in doubt to start playing. Any guides on how to start? Defius, and this is an important question. Have you bought the game yet? Or are you just like, you're just asking about the state? Like, should I play right now? Have you bought the game? Not yet? Okay, listen, brother. Do not buy the game. Do not buy the game yet, please. Please run, bro. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, I'm being for real here. The live patch that they currently have put out is terrible. Like, it's awful. Like, really, really bad. Like, we're watching this gameplay demo instead of playing because I literally could not play the live servers. So if you even waited until the next free fly, or you waited a couple months until you heard 4.0 is coming out, that's when I would wait. So will it get better? That's the hope. The other hope, and this is serious copium, so forgive me. The hope is the reason why this patch is so terrible is because they've been rushing it to get the next patch out, because the next patch, guys, hashtag next patch, that is the patch that really matters. So, yeah, just wait. Next patch, baby.
On an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra.
No, next patch.
It will be NPC driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the XP. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to.
That's cool.
We're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me.
All right, listen, hear me out, guys, okay? Hear me out. If you start investing right now, like Butch is saying, $45 each month into NVIDIA stock until 1.0, you'll have probably a couple $1 million by then, so you can buy as many Bengals as you want. I think it's a good plan.
So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but
compound
we're
interest,
finally
right?
going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship. So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the Empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have.
Yo, Chamir, what's up, dude? Keep watching. This is the best panel.
Those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits
I think it's hopeful,
but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. Okay,
so does he mean that if you're a citizen, you can't go build in Pyro? Because he's saying like you'll be able to, or if you go build in Pyro, is that just outside of the jurisdiction of the UEE? He's not saying that, you don't think? Okay. Yeah. No, I get it. Okay, yeah, the latter. Yeah, okay. See, here's the thing though, and this will be good for criminal players. I wonder if you can lose your citizenship, or if it can be suspended or anything like that. I would wonder. What other spacefaring games can I play while waiting for Star Citizen to actually exist? Here's what you can do. Hear me out, okay? Start looking now into quantum physics, and then once you get into tachyon particles, you could specialize in time machines, build one, and then let us all use it so we can actually get to a year where Star Citizen's out. What do you think? I think we might be able to do that faster. Anyone in? Okay. All right. Sounds like we got a good game plan.
So that's the why.
I don't know, guys. What's the best space game right now? Elite Dangerous, probably. Elite's got some, I think, decent. I think Elite's got some decent gameplay, honestly. Well, Star Citizen, go try to play Star Citizen today. X4, actually. Yo, that's a good point. X4. And hey, listen, if you're playing X4, go play X4 if you haven't. It's single player, but it's good. And if you really want to blow your socks off, it's called the, what's the Star Wars mod called? Something Worlds. Not Outer Worlds. It's Inner Worlds, Inner Worlds, I think. It's unbelievable. No. It's a mod for X4. Outer Wilds is really incredible as well. Yeah, it's Inner Worlds. Yeah, okay. Look up Inner Worlds for X4. If you're a Star Wars fan, it will blow your mind.
So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them. But where exactly are you going to go?
Yeah, true, Kane. I spoiled myself with
First,
Star Citizen 2.
We've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But
yeah, let's finish you with some.
We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made
Remember Anthony Tanaka, boys.
another big announcement of our
They
fourth
talked
system,
about VR, actually.
Castra.
They said it's
situated along
in the
former
works or
Perry
something
line.
like that at the
this
very
is a key
end.
strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5?
Terra! I think this is really hype. I really wonder how orgs are gonna be limited. I'll tell you how, okay? Here's what's gonna happen. I'll tell you what's gonna happen. Lava, well, you know, crazy. We were supposed to get lava and pyro. But I'll tell you what's gonna happen, okay? Is there is gonna be some sort of hard limit on server meshing eventually. And some people are going to, you know, call me a doubter for saying this, but it's true, guys. There's a hard limit on server meshing with how many people can get in the same area at once. It's why they're doing instancing. It's why server meshing does not have an infinite upward limit. Once you get 1,000 people in the same spot, or 2,000, or 3,000, something, there's going to be a number. So what will happen is whatever that number is will be the biggest group you'll see rolling around. You know? Not a limit for the server, but the client. Well, for both. For both. I mean, these physics calculations are hard to handle. Death of a Spaceman will change that, though. Yeah, I mean, how much did you hear about Death of a Spaceman this weekend, Blaze? I didn't really hear anything. I know he said it once. Oh, sorry. Dynamic server meshing will solve that. Oh, no, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I think that it will be better. But I don't think dynamic server meshing will ever equal 1,000-person fights. And I could be wrong about that, but I think that there's just going to be an upward limit. And we don't need it, by the way. It will be epic without it. I think if we could get a couple hundred in the same spot, that's going to be insane. But I don't think we're ever going to get like 2,000, 3,000. You know? I don't think we need it. Anyways. I was just thinking though, because like, okay, let's say the upward limit is like 1,000. I guess we still have to consider 1,000 people is a lot that you could Zerg with, or even 900 or 800 or 700. So, I mean, Zergs will be a problem. You guys are right. I am interested to see what will be the, I guess, solution to that, if there is going to be one. $500 versus 500 is good. If they could do that, that'd be amazing. Have I ever played squad? Yeah, I played. What's a Zerg? A Zerg is like if let's say instead of having like the viewership I have today, I had like 20,000 viewers, and I was just like, all right, boys, we're gonna roll in here. We're gonna roll 1,000 deep everywhere we go, and just absolutely like locust destroy everything. That's a Zorg. Basically, a Zerg is basically just like coming in with overwhelming force and obliterating people.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Blaze, you don't know, you know?
We're finally doing it.
I'll take whatever
The new
works,
jewel
personally.
Of the Empire, Terra has been a
But
shining
I hope
star
500.
against the more
That'd be great.
imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the...
Guys, even Eve has limits, right? You got tie-dye, tab target, right? I'm just saying, there's going to be limits.
aUEC, I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories.
What's up, Dread?
Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in.
Sorry, guys, really quick. In your opinion, is it worth upgrading the C1 for the Zeus Mark II? I think the Zeus is really cool. I don't know how much the difference is, but if you really like the Zeus, if you've flown it, you've tested one out and you really like it, then yeah, I could see it being worth it for you. It's a great daily driver, I'd say. But I mean, the Spirit's good too.
So,
it's preference.
That's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So...
That's cool. I missed that yesterday.
So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help...
A big question that a lot of people had this weekend was, where are NPC crew? And I think that those are coming, guys, But I mean, we got to reliably get our NPCs to work that don't belong to us first. You know what I mean? Like before we can see NPC crew. Anyway.
Sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others,
it's going to happen,
you may
though.
have to meet in person from time to time.
Well, okay, so I want to be clear. NPC crew is a very core part of what CIG wants to do. I didn't realize how big of a deal it was to CIG, and they might not do it. They might change it. But it seemed to me years ago when they talked about it that it was very important to them. So I have to imagine it's going to come in eventually. NPC crew will allow for larger battles. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
So let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Can I pause to read the text? Sorry.
United Wayfarers Club.
Yeah, we already read through all this, actually.
And more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for...
Okay, recovery expert, recover cargo, Red Wind line haul, trader, transport and sell, buy and deliver, cargo delivery, hauler, courier, transport, passenger delivery, vehicle delivery, data delivery. Interesting.
For everybody looking to make their fortune hauling
it's right here.
And trading.
Passenger
Some of the
delivery.
factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation. So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of competitors to see just...
I didn't think he was going to go that fast. Yeah, parkour athlete, so funny. Industrial athlete, racing pilot, marksman. Okay, cool. Nerf arena, target shooting, hunting, Star Marine, Death Race. Cool. They should have death races in the PU. That'd be fun. What's your impression of this? That we'll have to land at these guilds, walk in and talk to the mission givers? Yeah, most likely. I mean, personally, guys, I don't know about you, but I would actually prefer some of these missions I could just still get from my Mobiglass. I mean, maybe it's like if you take a mission but you like call in. I don't know.
Who's the best out there? For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here.
Yo, Pep, what's up, dude?
We had the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation.
Well, Pep, he just said earlier they want to move the missions away from Mobiglass and get you talking to people.
That will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction
Cargo Olympian? I didn't even see that.
Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game. From population control missions to harvesting specific resources.
Yeah, I know, in 2030.
For
I'm aware.
Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the
This
other
is
marches
really
an enemy.
cool.
On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal,
I love this personally.
or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered.
Okay, I'm just looking at these. Kill VIP, kill all, defend VIP, rescue VIP. Interesting.
On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity
Yo,
throughout
Dwan,
the
what's
verse.
up?
You'll be able to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So Mercenary Guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor.
Yeah, personally, I really like the idea of opposing factions. I really, really like the idea of it, and giving you benefits and then creating some friction between players, especially where there's already organic lines, right? And there already is organic lines between lawful and unlawful players. So it sounds like it could honestly create some very cool and interesting gameplay. But yeah, it's all about how they implement it. It's all about how it's done. So I'm not convinced yet either, but let's see. I'm just reading through some of these. Cargo delivery, data delivery, capture VIP, investigate, intimidate, bribe. Ooh, okay. I like bribing. I mean, my lawful donation gameplay.
So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors
Chops.
to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Loreville.
Listen, guys, nothing wrong with a little under the table donation. All right. Okay, just a very legal, a very 100% above the board law swinging donation. Nothing wrong with that.
Slowly trudging through the streets,
Law bending.
overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyre.
Cool.
Thanks, Dave. Smashed it.
Sorry, let me rephrase here. I'm worried that all the missions given by the council are illegal, and that there's no way of avoiding being marked by a criminal. Well, I'll let you know right now, Paul, that there are plenty of missions that you can do right now as a criminal that are criminal labeled missions that do not give you crime stat. So I believe they could do it, but I agree with you that, again, it's in how they implement it. I do think that here's how it should work. Playing criminal should not necessarily mean crime stat. It should mean hard mode, right? That's what I've always seen criminal as. So, oh wait. Where are we? There we go. That's what I've always seen criminal as, is criminal equals hard mode, or it should equal hard mode. So you can go in there guns blazing without doing any hacking, without doing any stealth, without doing any scouting, and get a huge crime stat and blow through people and get your mission done. Or you can go the hard mode, or the other hard mode route, which is stealth, scout, hack, get everything done, do it right, get no crime stat, get out. You know what I mean? If there's opportunities like that, that's what I would like. And I would imagine the lawful missions are just a little more straightforward. Crime stat only if you get caught. Yes. Being a good criminal equals not getting caught. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, now crime stat in high sec systems is going to work probably a little bit more brutally than that, but we'll just have to see. Can I play on as a space officer and shit on thieves? Yeah, you can play a bounty hunter right now. So if someone gets a crime stat for, let's say, you know, there's a player over at a space station, they're just minding their own business, and some dude flies up and shoots them and kills them. Well, now they have a crime stat 3, and you can get a bounty on them and send them to space prison. So yeah, it's pretty cool when it's working. Live servers are pretty garbo at the moment, but it is really cool. It's one of my favorite things to do, actually, is bounty hunt. Death doesn't mean waking up in prison. Well, for now it does. And they haven't given us really any indication on where Death of a Spaceman's going. So maybe Death of a Spaceman's a post 1.0 thing, to be honest. Yeah, I appreciate it, Jonathan. Yeah. Okay, anyways, let's keep watching.
Thanks, Dave.
Have we talked about LTI yet? No, not really. But
so we have a main
we'll
story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions. And we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity.
All right.
But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in.
Yes.
This means transactions.
Oh, I loved this. Guys, I have been saying this exact same thing for weeks now. Like literally almost word for word what he's about to say.
Such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation.
Sorry, still all hopes and dreams, though. I wanted to see stuff that's done. No, you're right. But, like, I needed to hear this stuff, Static. I agree with you, dude, that this is all hopes and dreams. But I needed to hear that they had a plan for 1.0. I needed to hear this stuff personally. Now, I'm not saying, like, I'm super over the moon, pumped, excited, because I know it's years away. But I'll be real. I wanted and needed to hear this stuff. Did you give your guess on the 1.0 release date? Probably like 5 to 7 years from now. Just like until yesterday, I wasn't sure that CIG had it in them to deliver this game that they're promising, because I didn't know what their game plan was. I didn't know that they, you know, this stuff was on their mind and this was the stuff they were crafting. And so now that I know, I at least know that they have a good game plan for all the important stuff. I mean, if you asked me, what are your top 100 things that you want in this game? I would write down 80 of them are what they said yesterday in this panel. Now, there's a lot of questions that aren't answered. There's a lot of things that we need more information on, but I mean, it's a great start. Yeah, maybe Ollie. I guess I'm just, you know, I'm going off of the current timeline. Should have been an update on ISC? No, you're being too negative, bro. This was good stuff. Day one could have been an ISC. All right, let's keep going.
And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo. We'll have
Inside
two
Star
main
Citizen.
taxes. Inheritance tax
IC.
as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed. And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have...
Yeah, that's really crazy. Sorry, really quick, because this is on the last section. I'm really disappointed with guilds and rep and how that you can't have more than one profession. And you have to start over if you switch from the science guild to the cargo guild. Thoughts? That is not what's happening. He didn't say that, just so you know. Just so you know, we're on the same page. He didn't say that. He said what would happen. By the way, we're on an ad break for Twitch, so we might take a little 3-minute break here, guys. But let me finish this question for Juan over on YouTube. But what they said was that if you were doing a PvP guild and they were clashing, you couldn't do those and coincide together. That's what he said. Make sense? So if you're doing a PvE, or like not even a PvE, but a non-combat thing, like an industry thing, you can do like all sorts of guilds together, I think. Probably 50 or 60% of the claims are due to bugs. Something goes wrong with your ship. Yeah. For sure. Bad timing for ads? Well, hey, listen, guys. Subs don't see ads. I don't know. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, I'm going to take a little bathroom break. We'll be back minute 30. Yep. Okay. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Yeah, listen, guys. On the ads, I'm sorry, guys. I'm running them. How I have them doing them right now is it's 3 minutes of ads every hour versus getting a minute and a half of ads every 30 minutes. I feel like that's better. Am I wrong? I feel like it's better to get it once an hour. Anyway. All right, let's keep going. Because like you get an ad, guys, what we'll do is I'll just start standing up. I'll take a break. You know what I mean? Like go get a snack or whatever. You feel me? All right, anyways, let's keep going.
Have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance.
Wait.
Decorations insurance.
Which one of these do we think LTI covers? I think it covers level 1. That's what I think. I think LTI covers this bad boy right here. Personally. You think tier 3? So, I will say, a long time ago, when they talked about insurance, a long time ago, they said that LTI would only cover the body of the ship. That's what they said a long time ago. So, keep listening. All right, let's see if he says anything else.
Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
So, here's what he's saying. Insurance on in-game bought ships will pay you back the credit value of the ship and components or whatever tier of insurance you have. Right? It will not give you back the actual ship. Okay. I wonder if you'll be able to pay for a warranty in-game. Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if you can get a warranty in-game. He talks about it? Okay.
This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account.
Just so you know, guys, this whole like LTI, or sorry, in-game or store-bought ships being covered and getting the whole you always get it back no matter what. That was always the plan. Just so you guys know, that was always the plan. It was always the plan for you to always get your ship back if you bought it with real money, even if you didn't have LTI. Anyways, let's keep going. Yo, Icarus, thanks very much, by the way. And Charlie, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys.
Count. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example.
Oh, whoa.
And apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car.
How do you guys feel about that? Man, so much to break down right here, I think. So much to break down. So much to break down. LTI was a scam and people deserve a little of it for their greed. Yeah, Sock, I got to be real with you, dude. Based on what I'm hearing here, I think LTI is more valuable than ever. I think it's more valuable than ever, is what it sounds like. If you ask me. No, it's not. Why not? Why not? because it sounds to me like if you buy a ship and get LTI on it, it sounds to me like you'll never lose it. It sounds to me if you buy a ship with in-game money, you could potentially lose it. Oh, he just said you're getting the warranty without LTI. Right. But you still get the LTI as well. Okay, sorry. Let me take back what I just said. Fuck LTI. Buying ships with real money is what I meant. Is more valuable than ever. That's what I mean to say. Buying ships with real money is more valuable than ever. Which is interesting, but it depends on how easy it is to get ships, how easy it is to craft ships, and the surrounding gameplay around that. I don't know, man. Interesting. A lot to think about. People spend more than $40 on this game. Yeah, and I mean, based on this system that you're seeing, they could have potentially a massive advantage, especially if you have a capital ship. Yeah, loading. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon because I just don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's keep watching. Maybe it clarifies a little more.
You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home. If your ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back.
Sorry, there's too many good points that people are making. Probably not with all. We're probably thinking about it too hard with how long this is until it's implemented anyways. True. But if you buy a ship with real money, you only have a tier 1 ship. You have to upgrade. True, but that's a massive lead, especially with, like, let's say I almost said a Jangle, a Javelin or an Idris or a Polaris, right? That's a huge lead. Massive lead. Javelin needs to be rebuilt. Right. But it's a massive lead if you have LTI, or I guess you just bought it with real money. Warranty equals get your ship hull back. Insurance means you get money back. Right. So here's a question. If you have both, let's say you have both, what happens? Do I get my money back and I also get the ship back? I wonder. Or do you just get like the money that you of, does he say that? You choose how to claim. Oh. You'd put your transferable warranty on the capital ship. What am I missing? You're missing the fact that you could just buy 10 Javelins if you wanted. You know what I mean? Yeah, that costs a lot of money, but like that's the definition of pay to win. Depends on what level of insurance you have. There's a visual explanation on Reddit. It's not that complicated. Drop the link then. Insurance gives you money based on the wear and tear of the ship. You're better using the warranty. Gotcha. Okay. The build times a month, it'll balance out. Yeah, it's all about the implementation. I'm not necessarily freaking out here, guys. Some of you guys are freaking out. But yeah, it all depends on how they implement it. That being said, I mean, this very well could be, I don't know. It could be rough. It could be amazing. This is probably the biggest question mark I have. I think. That's all. I'm not saying it's bad yet. I'm not saying it's good yet. It's just a big question mark. This puts way more people at ease. Yeah, I mean, yeah, people who bought stuff with real money is who it puts at ease, to be honest.
And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others, with starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our two...
Seems strange to spend so much time on something mundane that is currently so much broken with the game. It's because insurance is critical to meaning behind ships in the game. And it will potentially help decide things like capital ship fights, org fights, how painful it's going to be to like lose your ships in the game. It's a massive deal. That's why we're talking about it. Like every time that you blow up or explode in the PU, your insurance is going to come into play. Okay. Does the ship have insurance? No. Loss of the ship, buy insurance. Yeah, we're not sure about this though yet. Did he say specifically that if you don't have insurance and you lose the ship, you can go buy it afterwards? Did he say that? Oh, he did. Because some games... No, he didn't. I was going to say, because some games make it where you have to buy before you lose the ship. I know, Bluff. And then people are like, people ask me like, why did you say that? Yeah, because I don't know. Twitch chat told me the wrong answer. I don't know. Okay, so ship has insurance. Yes. What tier? 1, 2, 3. Has warranty. Yes. Return the ship based on tier. No. See, I'm not sure this is how it works though. Yeah, this graph is wrong. Yo, see, who was giving me shit? I can't even remember who it was. This graph is not even right. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Let's just keep watching. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, here's the truth, guys, is like this stuff is so far away, but this is good starter info. We're going to get more info on this for sure.
Core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's
so much speculation for something that'll be clarified in a 2-minute video. Welcome to literally all of Star Citizen, my friend.
A lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospect.
Wait, so you can't buy a military ship? Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. I got the... There we go. You can't buy a military ship, but you can craft one? Yeah, I guess so. Well, I mean, you can buy one with real money, apparently. Blueprint only. So sort of like, think of it almost... It's so funny. We were talking about this like literally just the other day. Is... You can earn the blueprint for it, kind of like Tarkov, how you earn like a Kappa, is you like do it through a quest line, you earn it, and then you can craft it yourself. You know, which is, I think that's cool. With real money, for the most part, you can get the civilian variants of military ships. Yeah, that's right. I can't wait to fly my civilian Eclipse, my civilian Idris, my civilian Javelin, my civilian F8A, my civilian Bengal. Can't wait. Yeah, I think this is a really cool concept that feels a little shallow because of all the ships you could buy with real money, but I think this will feel cooler the longer we go. I think this will feel cooler once we get it. Sounds like folks will be crafting the combat ships they want, which I think is cool, by the way. Or you'll be paying someone else to do it for you. Do you miss the ships will have different tiers, like 1 through 5? No, that's in a different panel. That's in a different panel, which we could watch after this too, depending on how live goes.
Vector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for...
Once people have blueprints for rare ships and are selling them, the value of them would drop a ton, right? It just depends. We don't really know. Like, is a blueprint something you can only use for yourself? Is it something you can sell to other players? We don't really know. Like, is a blueprint something you can only use once? Yeah, we're not really sure. Maybe a blueprint is something that, like, has like a what am I trying to say? Like a value to your ownership to it. You cannot sell blueprints. Okay, there you go. There you go. You can't sell them. But can you sell the ships you make? You know what I mean? And I think the answer is yes. And the question is, how many of those ships can you sell? Can you just like put out an infinite amount of them? Could you just start up the Anvil, factory? Yeah, you guys think so? That just sounds so crazy to me. Honestly, I mean, I feel like that sort of balances things out, like with the real money purchases things a little bit. Like, I think after like a couple, maybe a year or two of like 1.0, things will feel balanced out. But I think in the first year or two of Star Citizen, if no wipes ever happen again, that's like, let's say no wipes ever happen again. Like, this is the last wipe we ever get, 1.0, boom. The advantage you get for buying real ships starts to fade over time. Right? It starts to fade over time. Who starts to get the advantage is the people who play the most. The people who play the most are going to start to have the advantage heavily after that first 12 to 18 months, I think. So it does start to balance out. Like most MMOs, yeah, sure. It's a head start. Exactly. It's a head start. So putting it in that perspective, I think that makes it probably a lot better. Anyway.
Blueprints. And ultimately...
Because like 2 years in, I'm probably going to have the material. Oh, my F7A Mark II blew up and I bought it in a game. Oh, no, I don't have it. I probably have the materials just to go boom, boom, boom. Let's just build another one. Because I've been grinding for the last 2 years. So it probably won't be a big deal.
As a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops.
There's no proof that they're going to stop selling ships, unfortunately.
Star System 1.0.
Yeah, we got no idea.
Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motive.
Rob, I wasn't mad at you, bro. I should have said something when I timed you out. But no, I wasn't mad at you. You're good, bro. 2 years after 1.0, Berks is going to be 50. True.
Motivation to play the game.
Wait, sorry. I hate that the game is becoming heavily tailored to fit exclusive Star Citizen players. Ali did the same thing with engineering. You have to grind massively for perks, and folks who relax and play will be at a disadvantage. I don't see what you're talking about in any of that. I think that you are going to have to grind for like really good parts. I think for sure. But it seems to me like it's only going to be a massive deal in PvP. Welcome to an MMO. Expect to grind. I think there will be grinding, but guys, I think you'll be able to play the game just fine with the level 1 stuff. I really do. I think you'll be able to play the game just fine with the level 1 stuff. Just not as well as the people who are going to be PvPing in Pyro fighting for land. Yeah, stick to high sec and you'll be totally fine. I completely agree.
That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room.
So, never mind.
So how does that look in 1.0?
Let's see.
Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships.
This is cool.
You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet.
No, this is my first time watching for the second time.
Directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
But when I watched the first time, it was like 3 a.m. and I was tired out of my mind. So some of this I missed.
We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience. And I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security.
YouTube stream went down. YouTube, you guys good? It seems like everyone else in YouTube's good. YouTube is going in and out, but it's mostly up. I'm not sure what the deal is with that, guys. YouTube's just been being weird lately. I have to imagine it's like a YouTube thing. Back up now. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Weird. It's not on my side, guys.
Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map.
This is cool.
With dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
This is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship.
Very Eve-like.
So first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time.
Very interesting. So question, what is a period of time? Is there any way, I know that they said you can like, I wonder if there would be a way that you could potentially like hack it and get the dead man switch off so you could temporarily move the ship without getting an SRV, or if they're just committed to SRV. I wonder. Keep watching. No, I know he says it eventually, but it's only like per ship, or it costs money or whatever, and you got to SRV it to get there, guys. Yeah, we'll keep
watching. What options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources.
No, you're right. Makes sense to highlight the SRV.
If you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner.
Yeah, you know what? I guess I missed that yesterday. In my brain, he was saying it was like a rare or limited thing to like switch a ship, but it sounds like if you just pay the money, you'll be able to unlock it and make it your ship now, which is cool. But I would bet there's special things for insurance on these stolen ships. Like I would bet you can't. I wonder how insurance would work on ships like that. You need the rep as well. Right. It'd be cool to track down your stolen ship and get it back. Well, just so you know, these ships that are stolen are ships that have been claimed already. How much money is a great question. How much do you guys think would be fair? Dumbest idea ever? Why is that? You get the new title deed probably legal afterwards. Yeah, maybe it's legal afterwards. I do wonder how it's going to work, though. For balancing a percentage of the new version of the ship. Right. 10 to 20%. I was thinking more like 50 or 60, depending on the condition. It's a legal title. Did he say that?
You can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner.
Does sound legal.
Also, if
Is there not a duping issue there? So that's going to be slowed down greatly from insurance cost plus the cost to. So literally what you could do is you make the full cost of switching the title over and also insurance equal the value of the in-game bot ship. You know, that'd be the way to do it. But the thing is they won't do that because that would be a lot of money. So, well, maybe they will, right? Like maybe it should cost 20 million to store a Polaris. You know what I mean? Or like get your title switched over it. If you find something that's juicy, maybe it should cost that much. That's where a tier 3 would be worth stealing. Yeah, potentially. That makes stealing the ship pointless? No. You still save money. You can still get the ship and save money, but you have to pay for it, right? And the thing is the other side of those costs would be on the other side of the owner who originally had it, so that it's split up in a way where you can't infinitely duplicate a ship. You don't want to pay for it? Well, I mean, the whole idea is you're paying for the forged illegal title. If you want to go get an illegal passport, I'm sure it's going to cost more than getting a legal one, right? If we wanted to be like realistic, if we wanted to be like fair or like lean into realism, it would cost more in real life to get the legal one or the illegal one. You know what I mean? Probably. It just depends. Black market watches are cheaper. Well, watches can't fly you to, you know, the other side of a solar system. Stolen cars are cheaper. They can be. They definitely can be. And I'm sure a stolen Aurora will be cheap to claim, guys. I'm sure a stolen Aurora will be super cheap. But a Polaris, or like, depending on the ship, it will probably be, you know, not with a clean title. That's true. Not with a clean title. Not with a squeaky clean title, they're not. Yeah. You're not stealing a ship to sale? Well, yeah, I guess that depends. Like, yeah, you could take it to a chop shop, maybe. That'd be cool. A high-end fake passport would cost thousands? Yeah, most likely. There's no insurance possibly on a stolen ship? Yeah, potentially. That'd be a good way to balance it. If there was no insurance, that'd be a good way to balance it, I think. Doesn't matter how cheap a stolen car is. I'm sweating buckets if I get pulled over. Right. And the question is would anything happen if you got pulled over in this ship? And if the answer is no, then that's worth paying for. You know? Anyways, I guess we'll just have to see. If you make a high quality hanger, it'll call your ship faster. Oh, man. Okay. The no insurance is the way to go. I think so. I think that'd be fine. Like if you made it where the stolen ship was like 20% of the value, but if it blew up, it was gone forever, I think that'd be fine. Personally.
If you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro.
Yeah, and if you got flagged if you were in high-sec systems only, that would be cool, I think. That'd be cool.
Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want
Oh
to
my
create
God. Yo, imagine if there was a Repo Man gameplay loop where literally your only gameplay loop was trying to find stolen ships and reclaim them. Like that was what you did. That'd be hilarious and also awesome. Yo, no, Nexter, I was going off of what you said. And like you could gain rep with the insurance company by doing that. That'd be awesome.
bases to mine and extract them.
Like you get, here could be something cool. Like imagine if you got really good at repoing ships. They gave you like a discount on expediting your ship or something. I don't know. Can I link the video? Sure.
This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets,
I'm just
and
doing
most
my job, man.
importantly, ground shields, a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
That's cool. Hold on. Let me back up a little bit.
Automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields, a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab. One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add.
I think the idea would be to drop a Moab, you would have to take down the shields first, is what you would have to do.
More. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases.
Well, that's good, isn't it? Isn't that good? I feel like that's good. You can't just drop a Moab. Okay. All right.
Shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground.
Guys, this is just hand-wavium to get the shields on the planet.
To several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network.
It is a little weird.
Which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network.
I know they're different.
They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage. But with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, Seal eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nix and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without Seal's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to station warfare.
So can someone tell me these secondary like planetary shields, are those to prevent raiding at all? Like you're invulnerable when those are up? Is that the idea? I think that's what he's trying to say. Okay. So like you get these like shield tokens, and if you run out of shield tokens, you can be raided. But what if you want to raid someone who has like infinite of them? You just can't? It's just way harder to raid them if they... Okay. They can be taken down. It's harder to raid. Understood. Okay, let's keep watching.
With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources...
I just want to go in with the right headset.
Orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech. Let's go! Which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable.
Right, okay.
Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days... Guys,
quite literally, the first time I watched this, I was falling asleep. So that's why I'm asking so many questions. But it sounds like I just need to keep watching.
The system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection. With shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection. So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's creative director, to the stage.
Why shards? Well, we're going to hear more about that once server meshing is more dynamic.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right, hello, CitizenCon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the conversation...
Get dunked on small and medium orgs? Listen, if you're a small and medium org, you were never going to, quote-unquote, dominate Pyro. It was never in the cards to begin with, guys. It was never in the cards to begin with. You were never going to dominate Pyro. Now, if you want to go dominate your local sector over in whatever org whatever system you decide you want to set up shop in and be a part of the bigger picture, that sounds like a really good place for you to be. You know? This is stuff, guys, for the biggest orgs. This is like the overarching massive picture. This is like the global galactic battle where they want the biggest people going at each other so that you, as your small medium org, can get involved by adding resources or selling or buying or being a part of the dynamic economy that's going to probably sprout out of these battles. You know what I mean? Like, just because you're small or just because you're solo doesn't mean you can't be a part. Your role is just going to be a little bit different than someone on the front lines of the nullsec, systems who's rolling 1,000 deep. Anyway. Basically EVE Online now, except the fact that the high-sec systems are essentially, PvP free. How's that going to work with all shards, though? Anyone who's played MMOs knows that there are dead shards that can be farmed. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question, Anubis. It's a great question. There's some definitely Eve factors for sure. I don't think that it's fair to say that it's not like Eve at all. There's some very Eve factors here. One global shard is the only way. I mean, that would be interesting. When I backed Eve, did you foresee it becoming Eve 2.0? I talked about this stuff years ago. So yeah, anyone who's been watching the stream for a long time, I used to literally talk about, I would be like, guys, wouldn't it be cool if like there was like base building and there was like planetary shields, but you could go in and like take their shields down and stealthily like breach open a door and like hack their stuff and steal all their resources. Remember, like anyone remember those conversations that I used to have with chat? Like this was back in 2018. I was talking about this stuff. And I used to say I thought it would be like Space Rust, you know? So did I foresee this happening? I was hoping that it would happen, to be honest. I think that this is best case scenario for the longevity of Star Citizen, to be honest. They've done what I think is they've given PvPers what they want, and they've given, I believe, solo and industry players what they want by making it the most important gameplay loop in the game by far. I believe this is best case scenario, personally. Yo, Heron, what's up, dude? What up, dude? Dilly. Remember, guys, the null-sec systems are not the only place where this gameplay is going to exist. You'll be able to do base building, org, PvE gameplay, raiding, and all of that in smaller sections in different systems.
Now my trivia timeout has expired. Thanks for the coverage over the weekend.
Yo, what's up? How we doing, Scoob? Yo, thanks for the 2 months. Yeah, it was fun.
Of large-scale
Let's keep watching.
in-game org activities. Let's go back to Pyro 3.
Large-scale in-game.
Were being built earlier today. This morning we saw the small habitat being built by Luke. And then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually,
I'm not sure how lane games are going to work.
Of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
This part was pretty cool. My jaw was on the floor when this happened. I really want to join a big org now. Yeah, that's what CIG wants from you. They want you to be like, I want to get in on this action. That's, guys, CIG wants a living, breathing universe. This is literally all they want. It's all they want. Hence the org finder, exactly. Yo, Rich, what's up, dude? No, you just missed a long conversation where I just said that solo players are obviously going to have their huge slice of the pie in other places. Fantastic job, by the way, man. Fantastic job. Yo, 07's in chat for Rich. Amazing CitizenCon, man. I could not have loved this panel more. I mean, and the whole team, of course. I know the whole team's been working hard on this. That's not good enough in my opinion. You can't exclude them from entire systems. I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think anyone is getting excluded from Pyro. I don't think anyone is getting excluded from Nyx. I think you're welcome to go there and explore and like have fun. Now, are you going to be doing large scale org base rating as a solo player? No. But that's the only content you're missing out on, guys. The only content you're missing out on is org battles. That's it. If you're not in an org, you're not going to org battle. If you're not in an org, you're not going to build a station solo, probably. Right? That's it. That's all you're missing out on. Jump points are going to be camped? Yeah, they could be. For sure. I think people underestimate how big planets and systems are. Yeah, they're huge. Huge, huge, huge. Challenge accepted? Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it. If it is possible to build a station solo, someone will do it. If you're solo, you can just shoot an organ message and say, I'm a gun for hire or a merchant, whatever. Yeah, totally. Totally. I think it depends on how many of them are happening at the same time, in the same location. Yeah, these are questions, guys, that we just don't have the answers yet to. We don't know how it's going to feel for a solo player to be rolling in a pyro system by themselves yet. Are you going to be able to be successful? I mean, I would hope so at some level. Small mercenary org groups will be nice. Yeah, and I think that you'll get that. I think that there will be mega orgs for sure and like orgs that dominate. But guys, like having 10,000 people in an org is not an advantage. It's not an advantage. Because I don't think 10,000 people will ever be able to exist in the same spot in Star Citizen. You know? So like at a certain point, it's going to be beneficial to like stop having like so many people in your org. Pyro is big. There's lots of places for you to hide in your small base. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, someone did the math and they said if we were all to set up a land claim on Microtech, we'd all fit. If it was like, I think like 8 kilometers square, we'd all fit. And also, I'll keep it real with you, dude, bro. You were being pretty overly negative yesterday. We all understand, dude, that this stuff is far away. I was playing live this morning. It's broken. It doesn't feel good. But the thing is like where I'm at is I hope they can do it. Because nobody else is as close as CIG is. What game is as close as CIG is to pulling this off? Is there another game that's closer? Star Atlas? I'll go play it. Starfield? Minecraft? No other game is remotely close? Yeah, I mean, so I'm rooting for him. I think that this stuff is all extremely early. It's all extremely early. And do I have definitive faith that CIG can do this 100%? No, because talk is cheap, right? So actions speak louder than words, 100%. But I love the plan, is what I'm trying to say. I love the plan. I agree with you. I agree with you. Some people, I agree with you. 100%. Why speaking of the game is so broken? Okay, I respect your choice. It's just really weird to me. I don't think that we're that far off from opinions, dude. I just am looking at it from a perspective of, I hope they can do it. And you're looking at it from a perspective of, I don't think they can, or it seems like they can't because of what we've already had. You know, that's it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with your point of view, by the way. I just was excited to hear the plan for the first time ever. And you were, you know, my bad, bro, for timing you out. I was getting excited about hearing the thing that I've been waiting for them to talk about for, not 10 years. I've been playing the game for 6.5. So 6.5 years, I've been waiting for them to talk about this. Know what I mean? I'm excited. I want to be excited. I want the game to be good. Permaban. As Q said yesterday, we have much more hope for this year and hype. We feel that the fact that there's an actual target in detail as well as 1.0 aims for, what 1.0 aims for is critical for us. Exactly. I totally agree. Yo, guys, we got an ad break really quick, so we're going to take a really quick pause. Actually, I'll answer a few questions on YouTube while we're waiting, because I know YouTube, you guys don't get ads at the same time. Honestly, I think if Genesis and the other tools are what they're supposed to be in Act, how they're supposed to, is it possible? It's possible to get all of this in. Yeah, I mean, the weather system looked really cool, I will say. The weather system looked really, really cool, I think. The
5 months of Berks' 6 years smile.
The lightning looks like it may or may not be real at the moment. It may just be like a demonstration of what it's supposed to be. But it looked really cool. Subs don't get ads. That's true. Wanted to wait a minute, but Rich showing up in Twitch chat is why I said earlier that we, yeah, totally, Anna, 100%. 100%. You know, nothing but respect to, people working on this game. I mean, I say it all the time. I don't envy anyone working on this thing. It's probably extremely hard. Exactly, BJ. Or BJX. They said Bolt was flying the Aurora during that presentation. You think so? Maybe it was real. I mean, again, it looked awesome. Dynamic weather is something I've been hoping for in this game forever. Yo, thanks, Heron. I appreciate you. Thank you, bro. I respect your optimism and desire for the dream. I'll try to be more positive when it's here. Yeah, I mean, it's like all we can do is wait now. Hurry up and wait. I mean, anyone working on a time machine right now, that might be handy. 22 seconds, guys, and we'll keep watching. Bro, these panels were sick nasty, but we got no timeline. It's looking like 2029. I'm thinking like 2030. 2029, 2030, if you ask me. If I turn off clouds, does that mean no storms? Great question. Great question. Are you going to build an org with the community, and how can we join it? I think I miss a lot of good gameplay solo. I'm working on something, and the answer is I'm considering it heavily, but I think it's a little early. I think it's a little early to talk about building an org, just a little bit, but I'm heavily considering it. If I did do something, guys, it would be a just for fun thing. It'd be a just for fun thing. Yeah. We don't have anything to do right now. Yeah. Berks Incorporated. No meetings. There's going to be no mandatory meetings. It would be a just for stream, just for fun thing. Yes. I am involved in another org, and this is like my sweaty org, which is Shadow Moses. And so I want to continue to be a part of that because I think there's going to be some really, really cool opportunities for content and some really cool org fights that are going to happen inside of that. But I still want to do something with you guys. So I'm working on it is the answer. Word?
Let me introduce you to player space stations.
Shadow Moses is just like a really sweaty PvP org. That's all. Really sweaty PvP org. They're cool. But I don't play with them on stream because most of the time when they're doing like OPSEC stuff or stuff that you can't stream, it's a disadvantage. So it's like, I want to do stuff with you guys on stream. So that's where the community org will come in. What would be a good ship? Sorry, I'm trying to find this question. What would be a good ship to upgrade from the Aurora? I think the Titan is great. Some people will say Cutter, but Cutter is less combat oriented. So if you like more industrial gameplay or like more of like the space trucker kind of gameplay, maybe the Cutter. If you like something that's a little bit more combat focused, Avenger. Yo, what's up, Bob? Did I see Shadow Moses 1 Fight or Flight from last night? Yeah, I did see. It's good for them, dude. I mean, they've got some really talented pilots, for sure. They got some pilots that make me look like I'm an ECN alert. Hi, Berks, installed Star Citizen again. Which rentable ship? I have plenty of rec. Would you recommend for Pirate Swarm? Ooh, can you rent the F8C? Because that's a fun one. No, I don't think you can, actually. I would say... Can you rent the F7C Mark II? That's a fun one at the moment, I think. Live fighters are also pretty good, from what I'm hearing. You know what I'm trying to get good at again is the Arrow. I'm trying to see if the Arrow is decent in PvP lately. Because apparently live fighters are semi-good again in master modes because of the updates. Fury is fun. Word. Okay, yo, let's keep on watching, guys. Sorry, we took long enough break. I was just answering a lot of questions.
Finally, you can build your
They're fast
home
again. Word.
amongst the stars. This will be
I think the tricording and stuff helped.
for your base of operations, for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials. And also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the Pioneer.
Interesting.
Once it's created...
Yeah, Arena Commander is a great place to practice, and it's really the only thing you can do right now since live is so bad. You have to be a sub to get in Berks' org? Pay to win? Hell yeah! Subs up!
The supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in grey box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
Do you think that's like a tractor beam station? drone station? Sub come with LTI? Hell yeah. That's the build seat? You think so? I don't know, fathers. I asked the same question. Does anyone know what Hornet they showed during Squadron 42 demo? It looks like the Mark III. Yeah. Sorry, it's the F7CR-A, the Chris Roberts-A. Okay, copy that.
Awesome. Awesome.
It has a Wikipedia, apparently.
So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources. And the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means
this is the CitizenCon panel from yesterday.
To have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also...
Are we going to be getting a hot fix for the poor state of live? Shh. Just buy some spaceships and watch. Shh.
So is an area to set permissions.
Buy some spaceships and dream.
Particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
I got a Starlancer, I'm helping! Listen guys, if everyone runs to the pledge store right now and buys a Starlancer, maybe, just maybe, this will come out in the next 5 years. Quick! You're buying 10 right now, thank you. Thank you, I held the line. I held the credit card line. I predict there will be a military draft before Squadron 40, or sorry, before Star Citizen's done. Yeah, it's called Squadron 42, bro. What do you mean?
Super awesome. The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access to the various decks. Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby area, and this is your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode, so you'll have plenty of space to theme it however you want. And speaking of having plenty of space, this space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No magic elevators.
See? I was about to say only one elevator, but yeah, only one elevator because everything, you can walk to everything. You can drive to everything.
So you can circumnavigate
cool.
around the entire perimeter, and it's wonderful. Okay, let's jump back in.
Yeah, modding is not ever coming to this game, I don't think. Custom servers, probably not ever coming either. I mean, we're talking about 20 years out, guys.
All right. As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where
Break and Win just made a really good point. The reason why they're doing the one-for-one design, potentially, this could be wrong, but so you can move throughout the station when you get raided or when you get attacked and your power goes out on your station, right? So it's kind of a good point.
You'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships,
I read YouTube as well.
I'm just all the hands-on
picking and
engineering and
Sorry if I
maintenance
missed
gameplay happens. This will serve as
I
the
hope so.
beating heart of your station.
Personally, sorry, I am going to answer your question. Do you think they'll redo space stations because of that? I hope so because, well, actually, I don't mind if they don't redo the space stations because, like, it's not that big of a deal in my opinion. But I will say that one of the things that I like the least in terms of design of the entire game is the current space stations. I think that they're kind of lackluster a little bit, but it wouldn't bother me if they never redid them just because I know they're a lot of work.
Station. Then we have the hangar deck. And as the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar
Pirate stations are better.
already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in.
They have to redo space stations. They said it's the only way to solve the lack of hangars. It's so funny you say that because back in the day, they used to say that the current stations were expandable for server meshing. Like they said, it's totally fine. We can just expand them. We know how to do it. It's what they used to say, at least. Are you guys excited to fly the Corsair Mark II in about a month? Oh, gotcha, Paul. Well, either way, right? Either way, I'll be happy, I think.
All right.
The Corsair Mark II is what I'm calling the Starlancer, because it just seems like the same way the Spirit was the predecessor to the Zeus in a lot of ways, just because it's designed so much better. In my personal opinion, I feel like everything they learned from designing the Corsair, they're going to put into this new ship.
Right. So
That's what I
your
think.
station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for
They're just
several
better.
freight
They're better at
elevators.
designing ships now.
And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station. Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room. And from here,
The
you'll
Fat
have
Lancer.
master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes.
They talked
with your
about it,
station.
Solo Fox, actually.
Let's talk
They
about
did talk about
what
it.
you can do to expand it. As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms.
Sorry, really quick. It might not be what you're talking about, Solo Fox, but when they talked about on aUEC doing like interiors of buildings on aUEC forever ago, it was the same guy is talking right now, by the way. He talked about doing these like instance missions and having sewers underneath ArcCorp and stuff. Isn't that just basically what they talked about with the instance like ArcCorp gameplay? When did they talk about that? What panel was that? I forget. Is it in this one? It's not exactly like NPC, or sorry, it's not exactly interiors of buildings necessarily, like interior cityscapes. But what it is them saying they want to create more gameplay and missions and areas inside the cities. It was on day one. Gotcha. Yeah, it was on day one. I forget what panel though. Beyond Pyro. Mm-hmm. It was in the Genesis one, I think, maybe. Okay. Honestly, all the crafting and blueprints in industry stuff reminds me the early stages of Dual Universe, but much more polished version would succeed where Dual Universe failed. Yeah, if they can do it, Beyond Pyro panel, got it. Yeah. Okay, cool.
And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger scale. But that's just the interior.
This is crazy
Let's
too.
talk about the exterior.
Star Wars Galaxy vibes, yeah.
On the exterior, we have minor hard points. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules, which tailor it
Yeah, I'm gonna
to
need some bigger
specific
guns.
functionality. Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets. This goes back to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we
Seems solo players are left out? No, this content's just not for you. This content's just not for you. That's it. The same way I'm not missing out because I'm not mining, because I'm not a miner or I'm not a salvager. It's not really my gameplay loop. This just isn't your gameplay loop. If you were into joining a big group and building something like this would be your gameplay loop. Yeah. There's no reason you have to miss out on this if you don't want to, but there's going to be plenty of gameplay for you as well. There's going to be plenty of gameplay for you. Tons, actually. In fact, if you want to think about it logistically, you technically have more to do than the orgs do because you got to do it all by yourself. You know? What's in game for solo players? I would say it's doing stuff like this, but on a smaller scale. Building your own base, becoming what would probably be in game for a solo player? Doing stuff that's going to be like you become really good at making a certain type of component, or you get really good at doing a certain skill, and then doing that for other people, making money that way, or leveraging NPCs and making money through them. But if you want to be solo and not interact with any big groups or any players, and then have access to all the same gameplay that everyone else does, I mean, I got news for you. That's going to be kind of hard to achieve. You got to do one of two things. You either got to join an org, or you have to involve yourself with other players, or get yourself very interconnected to the NPC gameplay. Solo players can still sell their stuff to orgs. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You could be an arms dealer. You could have like a mobile trading base. I like to have a small space station for me in the asteroid field. Well, maybe they'll do that eventually, Warlock, but yeah, I don't think that this means like you can't, like Star Citizen's over for you or anything, but like they have to draw a line somewhere. Like you're like, as a solo player, you're not going to be flying around a Bengal by yourself, Like there's going to be a hard line somewhere. It's just the way that it is. There will be gameplay you cannot do as a solo player. And also, there will be gameplay you can't do as an org. Like there's going to be things that I think that orgs will focus on and things that solo players will focus on. Hopefully. Watch me. I hope you guys are right. But I mean, guys, there is so much gameplay that is beyond what you're seeing on screen with this thing right here. And here's the deal, is just because you don't own one doesn't mean you can't be a part. You might have an alliance with an org. You might have a random, like, there might be these just in high-sec systems you can go to and like refuel or trade or whatever, or low-sec systems, and you just happen to have like the right kind of rep where these people don't hate you, Like you'll be able to interact with these as well. But I mean, if you guys genuinely feel like your experience is going to be worse as a solo player, then it might be time to start looking for an org, But guess what? You got literally 5 to 7 years before any of this matters. So. What's live like? Really bad. I tried to play earlier. It's called an MMO for a reason, right? I'm just trying to make people understand, or trying to help people understand that just because you're solo doesn't mean that you won't have like opportunities for cool stuff. Like, I think that there will be a lot of gameplay that really highlights itself in solo play. Like bounty hunting, for example, I think is the most fun solo. Now, unless you are going after a bounty of someone who's in a massive org And then that one might be a little bit harder, but I think there'd still be opportunity for you to like sneak in and maybe like take someone out potentially, you know? They said 12 to 18 months for base building and monster hunting. And that's probably going to be the first version, most likely. Five years max. Yeah, I think we could see a lot of this stuff in 5 years. You know what, guys? I mean, I'll say it. I'm not trying to single solo players out here. If they made gameplay that was like kind of like some cool stuff that solo players could focus on for in-game content as well, I'd be cool with that as well. But they have to give something to orgs as well. You know what I mean? Like, orgs are a massive part of this game, and I think they're only going to get bigger. We need both. All right, I'm going to keep watching.
We have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions
I think so, Buff.
to your station. The first example
You could be right, loading. Probably speed up after.
Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. The first example is the cargo wing.
Like, you guys will still be able to build a pretty big base solo, just so you know. It just won't be in space. But, you know what'd be cool? Is if those small asteroid bases they're showing off in Pyro, you could get something like that for, like, maybe a small group. I think that'd be cool.
The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing. So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base.
Yeah, it's a small apartment or something in an asteroid.
A player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing.
Oh, here's something that also you guys are not thinking about, is orgs are probably going to be heavily territorial, right? Like, there will be a planet or a part of a planet that orgs are heavy in or near, right? As a solo player, you'll be able to get into your, you know, whatever, you're traveling, your Corsair, your Connie, whatever, and you'll be able to go to different parts of like every system and utilize like the full space. You know what I mean? So that's going to be a bit of an advantage for you. And I hope they design it that way. Also think of the upkeep. Exactly. It's going to be a massive grind to keep these huge org bases up and running, probably. So having like a small base and like a exploration ship, I don't think it's going to be all bad necessarily. Yeah, taxes alone, exactly. For sure.
And finally, we have the hangar wing. So, all right. So, the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment. All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable.
Give them to me.
Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on.
want a hotel and casino module? Hell yeah. Hey, that's what we're missing in Star Citizen now. Gambling. Sorry, guys. I really don't know what's going on with YouTube. I'll look into it. Maybe it's something on my side.
All right. Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos. Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion
That's pretty
points.
huge.
One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, but I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
My station will be all black. My stations will be that specific gray color from Star Wars, so it looks like Rogue One. Go away, green. Yo, they should put the bathroom up here. You know what I mean? I think that's the best use for it.
All right.
No, hear me out, okay? Because, like, if you're the org leader, how often are you ever going to go up there? So you might as well make it a public space. Yeah, make it the poop deck. Thank you. I think it's a, you know, you get a nice view, but you got to relieve yourself.
So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck, which can override freight elevators.
What's up with all the people wanting to make single-player content in a multiplayer game? It's because the majority of people who play Star Citizen right now are single-minded, or sorry, not single-minded. That sounds rude. Single-player-minded focused. Just because the game has not supported org gameplay for so long. And so it's really attracted people who like to play solo. And also on top of that, the game has made it really hard. These idiots have one brain cell. I'm telling you, these morons have never made a friend in their entire... No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking. No. It's the game is not really supported or encouraged people to play together. And so most people don't want to. And so I think it's going to take some time for, one, some people to shift their mindset a little bit. Two, for people to realize there will be single player gameplay that you can engage in by yourself outside of an org. And three, more people to come into the community that are multiplayer focused. And those three things will probably start happening over the next, 5 years. Solo player will be even more important. Gathering rare stuff and minables and so on. Yeah, totally. I think there's going to be so much gameplay that exists outside of orgs. Really. I'm a solo player currently crying and pooping myself, and I don't know what to do. Okay. Deep breath. You have 5 to 7 years to cry and poop yourself. You're going to be okay? Breathe in. Buy a JPEG. Breathe in. Look at your LTI. Everyone okay? Hold the line.
Making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
I'm 58. I won't have the motor skills to play. I think there will be plenty of stuff that you can do that's not super hairpin combat focused. Yes, Jesse. Instructions unclear. Bought 5 Star Lancers. Thank you for holding the line. This is cool. I was 31 when I pledged, and now I'll be 43 in March. We'll make it. We're going to make it, guys. Don't worry. Okay, hold the line.
All right.
Well, most of us will make it. Some of you will die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well,
Yoni Shrek
if
enjoyers.
you built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bid that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable.
Your funeral will be in Star Citizen, Dilly. Don't worry. We'll send you off. Yeah, giving Battlestar vibes for sure. The question is, do we get to control those turrets? I hope so. I think he said they'll be automated. Oh, okay. Nice. No, I think it'd be cool if you could choose. Like, maybe the turrets are automated unless you take over for them. I think that'd be cool, personally. I think that'd be really cool. False advertising. The grenade didn't teleport back to his hands. Yeah, true. All right, let's keep watching.
Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside, yes, once inside and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait. But wait. There's one more unique module we can build, and that is the dry dock.
Hold!
This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains: what sizes of ship can we build? Let's take a look.
Until this video released, there is no world, no dimension, no reality where I would have believed that the ship that they're about to tell us that we can build as a player was going to happen.
No, I'll just watch the end of the show. It's great. I want to see.
They don't say we can build it. It's pretty obvious that that's what they're saying. Okay, let me ask you a question, V-Hawk, and I'm not trying to say you're wrong, because, you know, you're pretty level-headed on a lot of this stuff, and I get that you're skeptical. But if I told you, hey, guys, I'm making this brand new juice machine. Let me show you what kind of juices it can make, and I showed you orange juice, would you assume that it can make orange juice? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Is they're saying, let us show you what kind of ships you can build, and then they show us the bangle. I'm assuming that this is at least in the plans. Now, is this going to be a reality? Who knows? Maybe we're going to get fucking grape juice instead. I don't know. All right? Maybe. Maybe we're going to get cranberry. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. I'm letting CIG gaslight me. Guys, the orange juice is real. I believe. Hold the line. Prune juice only. Pretty cool. It's cool how many cores they have here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, we're just gonna be building terrapins to feed. Yeah, that's right, Pep. We're just gonna. It's like we're gonna airplane into the bangle and feed it so that our bangle that, well, how would we even get the bangle in the first place? I don't fucking know.
Thanks, Ian. So now we're talking multiple stations linking and dry docks.
Oh, guys, you have to go on a 1-year journey to find it, and then you get the upgrade for the Bengal Mark II that you can buy in the pledge store. That's how. Oh, now and then you take the terrapins you've been making at your base and you feed it to the Bengal so you can fly that around. Live pause. Yeah, it's called watching a stream, bro. Go somewhere else if you don't want commentary.
To craft your very own capital ships, the ultimate end goal for any org. Okay. So let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and 1 universe. And hopefully you can
commentary
see
sucks. Let me do you a favor then, bud.
Gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community. The lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources, or building a base with your friends, or a PvP
I wouldn't
player
hate that, Mario.
fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base, each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system.
Do it!
But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SE Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, CitizenCon, and can we welcome Chris Roberts? No? No?
1 second.
Jared? Okay. So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
I have it on my thing on there. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
You didn't like Chris's last speech?
I was going
130.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys. I've never been a fan of Chris Roberts for his speeches. You know what I mean? I've never been like, man, this guy gives the best speeches. Hell yeah, bro. That's why I'm supporting this game, because this guy gives some bomb-ass speeches. So it's okay.
You don't need this, right?
Well, then they're going to scroll it.
Yeah, it was better last year.
Thanks.
For sure.
Thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian, I hope you guys and girls loved what you saw there. It's having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community. As I said, introducing the
John, it's gonna be a while.
we'll never stop growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0. And part of what makes Star Citizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you guys, the community, and us, the developers. And I know I can be accused of feature creep, but you only need to look at Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord to see countless great ideas and suggestions that come from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve.
You know, he's right
and
about that,
often we
man.
take these on board because
He's right about that. A lot of times we really don't give Chris the credit and CIG the credit of, like, a lot of times they'll add stuff to the game and we're the ones who are like, please add this. You know, sometimes it is us. Sometimes it's them for sure, but a lot of times it is us.
because it will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because
it's my fault,
we're
guys.
doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great. And we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, We'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing, how we get stuff.
You guys hype for VR?
This year's CitizenCon. We demoed
To be honest, I'm not really a big VR guy, but I understand the hype behind it.
a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that we'll be delivering in the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and Pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evocati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more.
Oh, sorry, we got an ad? Okay, I'll pause. This is good. This is good. I have some time to answer some questions. Sorry, really quick. So did they answer, someone said something along the lines, I was just reading it, did they answer the questions that people had on master modes and the MFD complaints and nerfs? Yes, they did. Well, sorry, no, they didn't, actually. But they're working on it right now in the live in the PTU. People, I think, are genuinely more happy with light fighter performance in the current patch. Like, it's getting better. And MFDs are going to continue to get better, too. I think Master Modes just needs more time, guys. Really. And you know what's another thing? I think people are going to like Master Modes a whole lot more once we get capital ships into play. I really do. I think that capital ships are going to be a big part of combat, and we don't have any of them yet. Is there a video of Yogi's panel at the esports event? No, but we should go look for that. I'd be down to watch it if that's a real thing that happened. At the core, the mode switching's a bad idea. I don't mind it. Personally. I don't mind the mode switching. I think maybe it will feel a little bit more cohesive once we get Quantum Boost in. He didn't really say much. Gotcha. Sorry, just catching up on chat here. Master Modes is still raw, needs more time to cook. Here's the deal. Master Modes solves a lot of really good problems. It really does. Master Modes did everything right, could have been done without the mode switching. I don't disagree, Red Horn, but I still think it needs time to cook. And I think that Master Mode solves a lot of the issues we have with combat. Like, it just gets rid of them completely. The problem is that it did it in a way that not everyone really finds fun. So I think we need to get something that's a little bit more between what we have now and what we had back in 322. You know? We just need some more adjustment, I think. We need to be adjusting backwards, though, from where we were, I think. We don't need to slow down more. Does Tony Z actually still work there? I can't find a solid answer on this, just rumors. Someone said that he does and is just like keeping to himself right now, but I don't know what to believe. Maybe he still does. Who knows? Yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We were just talking about, answering some questions why you guys were on the ad break. Also, Reticle, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate that. All right, let's keep going.
Of what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do. You allow us a privilege almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is and Squadron 42 is, and that's all down to you guys and girls. So thank you very, very much.
Cool. Berks, what were the 2 redacted items that were in the goodies bag? I never heard or saw anything in the updated hangar. I'm not sure. Don't know.
And then over this past year, an incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others have poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much. And, you know, many of us in the team are going to...
I didn't see that, Mario.
...head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Amos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are, as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So thank you. And we'll see you in the Berks.
Cool. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. This message is highlighted. Your ship has been delivered to the following location. Verse degraded? No, guys, tell me. Apparently there's Shion corpses in the Squadron 42 trailer. Supposedly. Is what Mario is saying. You can't even log into the game? Shh. Just buy some spaceships. Just buy some spaceships. Everything's going to be okay. Okay, here's what I was thinking. Let's watch this panel with Yogi, yeah? If we can. Does anyone have like a timestamp? Does anyone know when it is? Oh, here we go. Here we go. This might be it.
It's a lifestyle fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point time and time again.
420?
That is why we're here.
Hey, listen, bro, not right now.
In conquering
the
most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer.
Oh, you made a timestamp. Okay.
Hey, but that is amazing about Star Citizen, because there isn't a necessarily best way to do it. We might see a team come through that uses mouse.
No, this isn't a you.
Comes through that does HOSAS, and that's really cool about.
Son of a.
Especially cool about our competitors today is that we get to see that variability
often. Yeah.
Life. It's incredible.
Have a little bit of a discussion here with some incredible CIG developers. First of all, we have Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler from the CIG team, and we're just going to kick it off to talk a little bit about what you guys do. For,
it's as loud as it gets, guys.
Star Citizen, and in the game, what's your title? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Okay, so my title is, no, my name is Yogi Klatt. My title is, I'm a, oh God, it changed so often. Hang on. A principal vehicle programmer, I am.
Okay.
And I'm working closely with basically all people involved in ship and vehicle gameplay to make the experience for flight and combat good.
Awesome, incredible. What about yourself, Richard? What is your official title at Cloud Imperium Games?
Yeah, so my official title is lead game designer on the vehicle experience team. So I'm responsible for the vehicle experience. So I work closely with Yogi, and this is flight balance, tuning, vehicle features, anything that's kicked into the kind of general vehicle experience that we have.
There's a YouTube video as well, and it might be louder. Let me try that, guys, because this is like pretty quiet. Also, I do want to let you guys know that someone sent me this image, okay? This is off topic, but someone sent me this image, and they go, Berks, I just want to let you know I did see the thumbnail from your day one CitizenCon coverage. Is there any way that you can update it? 12 hours and 20 minutes of a stream, and this is what it picks for the thumbnail. Oh my God. I got played dirty. Okay.
We have in the game.
Awesome.
Wait, hold on. Amo Esports. What is this event called? Inter-Atmosphere? I think I found it. Oh, it's so much louder.
Awesome. And obviously this week.
Here we go.
The programmer, I am.
Okay.
And I'm working closely with basically all people involved in ship and vehicle gameplay to make the experience for flight and combat good.
Awesome, incredible. What about yourself, Richard? What is your official title at Cloud Imperium Games?
Yeah, so my official title is lead game designer on the vehicle experience team. So I'm responsible for the vehicle experience. So I work closely with Yogi, and this is flight balance, tuning, vehicle features, anything that's kicked into the kind of general vehicle experience that we have in the game.
Awesome, awesome. And obviously this weekend has been CitizenCon 2954. It was absolutely exciting. I mean, so many things that have been announced, but what has your experience been like? Richard, we'll start with you. Any special experiences you've had this weekend at CitizenCon?
It's just been great in general because there's been so many fans here, and that's been the biggest surprise to me is how many people have turned up.
Yes.
There's been so many people coming up to you going, I'd like to give you feedback on this. I'd like to talk about this, and it's just how passionate our fans are. And that's the biggest thing for me is I just enjoy how passionate our fans are. And just how much they love the game.
Love the game.
And it's just amazing to see. And I just love those interactions.
I mean, there's so many fans. I'm pretty sure when they know you guys work for Cloud Imperium, they just started crowding you. What about your?
Well, it's also Yogi than me. But
No, I love talking to players, right? And I think for me personally, as a developer, this is like my yearly dose of big love I get at CitizenCon.
Yes.
Right, because lots of people come to me and like the thing you hear from them is very diverse, right? Like we like what you do with a flight model. Can you adjust this or that and so on? And yeah, absolutely. As a player, it's hard for me to pick. The thing is, like, as a developer, you sometimes don't know what actually CitizenCon brings because I did not have a lot of like insight into the plans for 1.0, right? I was like, that's what we're doing. Nice, right?
That's crazy.
So from both, and then, but as a player, this all excites me, right?
Yeah.
So it was a really good show for me. I loved it.
I'm glad. Well, I mean, Yogi, any special moments that you had at CitizenCon this weekend that absolutely like inspired you to continue wanting to develop the project at Cloud Imperium Games?
Oh man, standing in front of the Hornet, right?
Oh yes.
And then
that was actually cool,
I sadly missed all the engine tests. So my wife sent.
You
me
probably
a video
knew some
about,
of it, guys.
Like every couple of 30 minutes, they did this one engine test where everything was like in big lights. I missed that, right? But I heard it a lot.
A lot, yeah.
But I missed that. But like just seeing that, it's like, yep, Yeah, and then of course seeing Squadrons being live played.
I know.
That was great. Actually, I'm not sad that it crashed at all, right? Because again,
Well,
it's an actual
Yes.
demo. It's actual gameplay. And of course, things sometimes break and so on, right? But we'll fix them. It's going to be
not
great.
a vertical slice. It's actually the gameplay
It is.
now.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah. And it is how it looks. There was nothing fake in there.
That was. I mean, I was watching it while we were sitting up here, and I was like smiling ear to ear. I couldn't stop.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then kind of hinting of 2026 as well. Oh
Right.
man.
You mean when your cheeks hurt from like the
yes.
Right.
So Richard, how about yourself? Any special moments at
you already
CitizenCon
asked.
that really truly inspired you to continue working on the development of Star Citizen?
Yes. So it just comes down to how passionate Chris is about the project. Yeah, because you can hear it in his voice when he speaks about the game that he really cares about it. And that goes all the way down. Right down for everyone in the company.
Yeah.
And that just inspires us to make the best game possible.
Yeah.
Because that's all we're trying to do. Is we're trying to just make the best game we can.
Yep.
Okay, for everyone who is unaware or you're just joining, this is a video from Atmo Esports, which is an Oregon game, who held a non-official event that had a lot of CIG devs, a lot of CIG participation afterwards, and they have some devs who are talking about some things that potentially we could get some, cool info on.
I think this year at CitizenCon 2954, you guys absolutely.
It's the stream.
The team in general, man.
The YouTube stream is being funky today. I don't know why.
Obviously, I'm going to go watch it probably 4 or 5 times back home. So, hey, just for you guys at home, remember that CitizenCon 2954, all those panels are still already live on YouTube. So make sure you go check them out. If you missed anything at CitizenCon, please go watch it because you definitely missed out on some incredible announcement this past weekend. So, we're going to be talking here a little bit about competitive events, right? So, before we jump into the questions, any competitive events that you guys like to watch that the community throws, and I'll start with you, Richard.
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of the Demo Rally. So obviously it's the big one.
Yes.
And it starts the year. And it's just really impressive seeing the teamwork in those events. And that's what really impresses me is just the teamwork. But also it's the size of the event. Because I think I first came across you guys when you came to Manchester in 2019.
I wish I could turn it up, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, back then. And that was back when the Demo Rally. And it's just amazing just seeing the level of event that you can put on.
Yep.
And it's also driven us to try and improve the game in those areas as well.
Well, we're always trying to break your servers, so so that we always make the team working. It's funny because when we started Demo Rally, I think our biggest one we had, which was last year, 14 different servers. So it was
a big one.
Yeah, but server meshing hopefully around the corner. Yeah. We're gonna hopefully break some more, but. We love that you guys are able to get the data that you guys need for us to hopefully continue pushing these events to the next level. So, same question to you, Yogi. Any events that you like watching? I know you mentioned playing a lot, so it's okay if you don't watch.
I do play a lot.
Yes.
I'm not the biggest fan of watching Twitch streams myself.
He's got a very short attention span, so you have to.
I'm like a monkey, right? but no, of course I heard about the Demo Rally and the other things that happen. Just hearing what other people, how they coordinate in the verse to get things like that done is so breathtaking.
Yeah.
And it does affect
these are the guys who are working on master modes
sometimes in terms of what kind of fixes to prioritize. Yeah. I think there was one patch where Demo Rally is coming up. Can you please look at this physics bug or something like that? So that definitely happened in the past. So I'm although I'm not watching, I know that you guys are there, and it's amazing. There's a screen up there in front of me which showed scenes and what's happening, and I think that's amazing. It's just so beautiful seeing ships and vehicles go around curves and blow up. Right? It's just fun.
And I do think back a couple of years ago we had a bug where the ground vehicles would randomly explode.
Oh yes.
That still happens.
Wow.
Yeah, it was that, right?
No, that still happens.
It's crazy because the evolution of the Demo Rally every year it grows by 30%. When you guys put a new vehicle in the game, we get so much people because they want to try the new vehicle in the most dirtiest race in the verse. So it's we want to try it at the Demo Rally, and everybody's like, can we use it? Can we use it? So this year it's we're getting a lot of questions about the Mirai Pulse. They're like, hey, can we use it? We're like, hey man, let us concentrate on CitizenCon before we concentrate on building all the rules for the Demo Rally. So for you guys that are watching at home, again, thank you guys so much for joining us. Again, I am here with Yogi Klatt and Richard Thaler, and we're about to start here talking about competitive events. This is what the panel is about. So we're going to touch some topics about ground vehicles, a little bit about the flight model, and then we're going to hopefully ask about what makes these two CIG developers passionate about just working on the game. So without further ado, Richard, you mind if I start with the first question here?
Go for it.
All right. So how does the future of ground and gravlet vehicles look? Right? Is there more tuning that needs to be done at any time frame on when we plan on seeing this change? And this is kind of relative to the ground vehicle physics that I believe that you guys already mentioned in past like ICs.
Yeah. So we did a kind of really big update to the overall ground physics experience, and this was to add a brand new time model, which would allow us to generate the correct forces for the ground vehicles. And this allowed us to free up the movement of the physics bodies to allow the vehicles to move properly.
Okay.
So, when you go across terrain, hit rocks, the vehicle would move. Whereas before it was quite static and it had a lot of dampening. So if you jumped, it'd just feel like this. But now it goes like this.
Guys
bang,
like
like
that,
this.
yes.
But that was just phase one of moving the ground
This is
vehicles
normal
to
speed now. I was just speeding up for the question.
The problems that adding proper physics to the ground vehicles, created, which was, we had a lot of collision problems. Then when we first put the ground vehicles in, you would hit a rock and flip over 16 times because there was a suspension force that would clip through the rock.
Oh wow!
And that was it. But we fixed that, and now you hit rocks and you can climb up them properly.
Up the rocks, yep.
Yeah. So we've moved most of the ground vehicles. We've still got the mule on the old physics, but we plan to move that to the new physics.
Oh, beautiful.
We've got some improvements we want to do to the tank, because we learned a lot moving the kind of ground vehicles over. So we want to move what we've learned with those vehicles to the tanks, but also to the grav vehicles as well.
Okay.
Because we've got a fairly okay experience.
They're saying a whole lot of nothing so far.
When it's working smoothly, it feels generally quite good to play.
Yes.
But there's a lot of outliers still that were consequences of the decisions we made at the time.
Yep.
So we want to fix those. So a good example is when you go high for a long time. And it takes a long time to come back down.
Yeah.
We don't want that. We want to give player more control.
100%.
So I can't give a time frame obviously for these things.
Yeah.
But these are all things that are on our mind for the next iteration, of these physics.
I mean, we're just excited to know that we have new ground vehicle, physics coming along because all the ground racers.
Better than watching a Delight stream, am I right?
It's crazy because back then the speed was like 180, 180 ms, but now it's like obviously a lot more manageable, a lot slower, but we're still. For some reason, the day rally was cut down, right? It used to be like 12 hours, and now it's 8 because now how the physics are, even though the speeds are lower, it's still pretty fast.
Yeah. So a big goal of ours with the ground vehicles was to minimize the time you spend on your roof. Because it's very frustrating. So there's going to be times you get stuck on your roof.
Yep.
But we wanted the vehicle to roll over. Once you start rolling over, we don't want it to sit. We want physics to take over and do a really nice roll so you can end back on wheels and keep that momentum going.
Yep, 100%.
So it's to keep the gameplay.
Am I going to recap day one also? Yeah, we could. Honestly, would you guys rather do day one? This is pretty boring. I'm not going to lie. This is pretty I'm falling asleep and I'm pretty awake. Yeah. And it's quiet. If anyone has anything interesting from this panel that they want us to watch, I would gladly watch it. But other than that, I feel like it's mainly competitive esports stuff, which I'm not super interested in at the moment, understandably. Hold on, I'm looking at the day one right now.
Ships explode.
Hey, you know what? The other thing that we could watch through that we haven't watched through yet is the base building panel and the crafting panel. Because we watched through day two. Right, we are restarting the YouTube stream. Hopefully this works. How is that? Are we back? Can you guys see? Are we back on YouTube? I'm not sure if that worked or not, but I'm hoping it did. Seems better? All right, let's hope. Let's hope.
Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with
we
orgs.
tore his calf muscle?
The first chapter of
Dang.
Squadron 42 live. How great was that?
Okay, cool.
Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world.
Yeah, that's so scary.
Build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities.
I want to clarify because someone made a really good point. Before this panel, Jared said we're getting these features next year. I think he was just building up hype for the panel. So Chris said 12 to 18 months, just only for V1 base building and monster hunting. So could we get that in the next 12 months? Maybe. I believe we could get a V1 of crafting in the next 2 months. I think.
Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals.
Nearly limitless options.
Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting?
Oh, sorry. When next year doesn't mean in 2 months. Next year means 12 months from now, minimum. That's what next year means in CIG speak. I'm translating for you, don't worry.
Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more value.
Yeah, let me say it one more time for the last time. 12 to 18 months only means for V1 of base building, probably crafting, and monster hunting. It does not mean finished. It does not mean anything that we saw this weekend. It does not mean the space stations or org mechanics. It literally just means the V1 of those two things mainly. Base building includes crafting, so that's it. But yeah, are we going to get a release before Squadron? Definitely not. Yeah, for sure not.
Valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop.
Yeah, Ghosty, I don't disagree, bro. Live is rough.
Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships. Right?
It's awesome. Vehicles and ships. This is awesome, guys. I mean, they essentially went from this game being essentially meaningless in a lot of ways to making industry, crafting, and playing the video game the most important thing that's going to be in the game, which is, I mean, it sounds like a proper MMO to me, man. Yeah, if they can deliver on this kind of stuff, it's going to be really, really epic.
And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than
EU's working okay for you?
You can
Gotcha.
buy in a shop.
Wait, hold on. Let me hear that again. Hold on.
And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop.
That's great. That's great. That's great. But not from a player. You could always buy from a player.
Gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home among the stars.
Yep. Yep.
You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates.
See, like, guys, this whole panel is for solo players. This whole panel is for solo players. And I get that people in orgs will be able to do this too, but most people in orgs will focus on their org base. They won't be doing this. They won't be building like the solo bases in the cool locations. They'll be working on their org stuff.
Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You
I've
can
watched the
skip
panel
gathering
premise.
and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you
It's
can
for
leave
both.
all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here, and we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building. To start things off, please welcome.
Personally, I was hoping they would go for a model for MMO gameplay that wasn't MMORPG. The MMOs all seem to be based around progression. Yeah, but progression with leveling. This is progression with your ownership and your resources in the verse, which I think is much cooler. And not only is it much cooler, but it's the best case scenario. If they wouldn't have gone this direction, the game would have just been meaningless and pointless. Like, to level with you, and it's okay if you want this, that's totally fine. But to level with you, I literally could not wrap my head around people who wanted a empty sandbox video game. Just like pretty things to look at and no gameplay attached. I can't wrap my head around that. People who want that. Personally. I think that's fine if you want that, but not for me. I'm glad there's
Jacob
stuff
Taylor
to do.
to the stage.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, CitizenCon.
Sure, Robert, I'm with you. But basically, the part I'm bummed about is when they talked about earning things. Earning things to me means doing something unfun. How do you know this gameplay and content's going to be unfun? And if it's unfun to you, it sounds like you're playing the wrong video game. You know what I mean? And if you're having not fun doing something, the way that they're laying this out makes it sound like there's so many other options for you. I mean, I don't know. If you're having not fun doing industry gameplay in space in Star Citizen might not be for you. Just being real.
Berks Berking.
Like, did you just want like to open up the video game and like you could just, it's like creative sandbox mode? Like genuinely, I'm just wondering. Probably possible the game isn't for me. That's cool. I just thought they were trying a new direction. I just don't understand what that direction you're talking about is. Like, where's the hook on that direction? Where's the in-game content? Where's the things? And the cool thing about this is I just feel like it's so open-ended the way that they're going. You gotta play Space Engineers. I'm not trying to shit on anyone's idea of the game, guys. I'm really not. I'm just saying, like, everything they showed me yesterday makes me go, this game is more for me than I thought. You know? It solidifies my feelings about Star Citizen. Personally. Yeah, it's just, I do think that you're setting up some pretty impossible expectations in your head, personally. But if you ever do think of an answer of a different direction you think they could have gone that would have been as meaningful, I'd love to hear your answer on that. Anyways, but dual universe may be the answer for sandbox with little gameplay. I feel like there's progression in dual universe. Copium take, but crafting V1 is already in the game. That's kind of true. Yeah. Crafting like V0 basically, but I mean, yeah, V1, we can call it that. Who cares? You can craft multi-tools in the Vulture. You can craft a med gown by holding backspace. That's one you can do. That's a pretty good crafting recipe. You also get for free, on top of that, you also get the white undersuit. That's good. So if they don't hurry up, everything's going to become outdated and irrelevant. You're not totally wrong. All right, let's keep watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints.
Totally, Henrik. That sounds fun.
Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can...
Sorry, guys, this is extremely important. I stopped playing Star Citizen for a year in December last year. I want to start playing again. Should I wait for 4.0? How's the game doing right now? I would stay away currently from live. Currently, I would stay away. Yeah, just now. There's some gameplay currently for you. Hold on. Actually, I've got some gameplay if you're looking for it. There we go. I'll link this for you. So this is called the Pledge Store, and there's some really interesting and unique gameplay going on here. There's this new ship called the Starling. I'm just messing. All right, let's keep going.
You can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways.
Star Citizen has a store?
You can also upgrade your
it's crazy.
blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later. So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. We have a new concept for materials, material quality.
Hey, I just realized I'm an asshole because I didn't actually answer the question. Yeah, I'd wait for 4.0 if I was you. Or at least wait for a hotfix because the state of live is actually genuinely bad.
Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal or the ripeness of a fruit or something along those lines.
No, data running was not mentioned. Barely.
This quality
barely.
will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare and there are still important uses for low-quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for?
Yeah, very Star Wars Galaxy.
It's for item stats. Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stat system to the game.
Okay, this is interesting. Okay, so let's look at this here. All right, this is maybe crafting. This is maybe like what's being built. I don't know. Upgrades? Yeah, upgrades, tools, paint, build. Maybe. And then this is, I don't know, maybe like a, not sure. Repair maybe. Yeah, repair maybe. Or yeah, repairs here. That's build. Craft, upgrade, repair, paint category. Yeah, it could be. That sounds right. Okay, and then over here we have integrity, which I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's just like the health of the gun or what. Wear resistance, misfire chance. Oh, misfire chance. Fire rate, bullet velocity, effective range, cooldown, weight, heat per shot. Interesting. 2 SCU of aluminum, 2 SCU of copper for one handgun. This could all be placeholder though. You know what I mean? 20 minutes. Could all be very placeholder. We're not really sure. I think that where this stuff starts to make sense and where like the gameplay starts to make sense and like a lot of this stuff I think really starts to make sense for me personally is once we have no more wipes. Once we have no more wipes, I think that this stuff becomes even more valuable. It's going to be really cool. No more wife. For some of you guys. Star Citizen's Last Divorce is definitely not behind us. Hey, listen, just make sure you don't lose the javelin, okay? And what's it called? Delegation? I forget what it's called.
This will allow relevant properties
Arbitration,
of craftable
yeah.
items to be affected by the quality.
Boy, she took my Carrack. All I've got left is the Nomad. She took it. She took everything I have. All I have left is my boat, my house, and my Nomad.
Quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation. But craftable items have such diverse
let me keep the javelin. Take the
that
house.
we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance
Matt.
of a ship component.
Sorry, really quick. Someone had a question. The redacted goodies in the goodie pack from yesterday was it was a Vandal skin and it was something else. I forget. It was like some sort of item or prop, I think.
Or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog.
Sandworm plushie. That's what it was. Sandworm plushie.
So, as I said, the quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with...
Dude, In Before Jesse is known throughout the galaxy for having the best pizzas. In Before it happens.
High quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. but someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve.
Holy ground, I think you mean, Jesse.
This means that your high tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles.
So, okay, let me see if I'm wrapping my head around this right. If you guys think that I'm right about this, okay? So, I think that what he's saying is he's saying that if you have like iron and copper, you can make a gun, and that gun will be pretty good. But then if you have like vandalanium and like, I don't know, some crazy high tier material, you can make that same gun, but it will be higher tier. So like items will be easy to make, and like tools will be easy to make and stuff, but it will be hard to make the high end ones. Okay. That's what I'm thinking. Like you'll still be able to make some of this stuff just at the lower tier. Like it's not like you're going to be locked out though, I don't think, of like making some of this stuff. I hope they learn from EFT and get a good anti-cheat system, because this shit's going to get bad fast. Yeah, guys, I will be honest with you that cheating in Star Citizen is something I am genuinely, extremely, unbelievably worried about. I hope they have a bulletproof anti-cheat. When was Star Citizen announced originally? How many years ago? It was originally announced back in 2012, like October 2012. I believe, is when the Kickstarter started. Are there cheater cases nowadays? Well, there are some cheaters in Star Citizen, but think about how much more motivated people will be to make and also cheat whenever the game works and when there's value to things. I think much higher, right? And so I hope that CIG's thinking about it. I hope they're working on it. And dude, I hope that they're brutal against cheaters. I hope they're brutal against them, because it could get scary fast, I think. Yeah, there's not a lot of cheaters in Star Citizen right now.
Important that they will go
it's
up to
super
tier
rare.
5. Providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel. Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry, you can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including
That's cool.
Including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality materials. See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is far.
But I don't think that there's, well, maybe. I was about to say, I don't think that there's like high-tier ammo. I don't think it's like you'll kill someone faster with a high-tier gun. It's just the recoil is better. You know? And I'm sure some of this will change. Tier 3 ARs coming to the pledge store soon. You know, Jesse, it's scary how right you are about that. Oh. The higher tier guns do more damage. Ah, okay. Man, it's gonna be interesting, man. It's gonna be interesting.
Faster on a high tier quantum drive.
The bullet velocity was higher in the gun?
Equipment made from high quality materials. See how the recoil is reduced on our high tier gun.
The rate of fire is the same. They finished like exactly the same time. I'm pretty sure they started at the same time too.
It makes to have high tier equipment.
The stat page earlier.
Established vehicle owners craft areas that are important to you.
Oh yeah, I saw this, but where's the damage? Where does it say damage? I guess fire rate goes up a little bit. Bullet velocity? Oh, it does go up. Yeah, I think this is just demonstrative purposes right now. Like what we just saw, that's just demonstrative. I don't think I should look too much into it right now. It's not...
Your favorite vehicles excel.
Just placeholder for now.
Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've
I don't know, Deep
pirated,
Gift. Great question.
or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry. You can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including
Yo, Batty, what's up, bro?
The usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading
the man,
a vehicle
the myth,
can
the
save
DM.
a lot of time over crafting it from scratch. So it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality materials. See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive. And a high-tier scraper beam is much more effective.
Interesting. So I think this is really cool. One thing I will say is that, you know, what you said was, wait, who said it? I love this. Okay, General Tao says, I love this. Instantly kills the pay-to-win arguments instantly. Oh, you have a shop tier ship? Peasant! Which is hilarious. But I will say, it's still a big advantage to have a store-bought ship. Because you get to start upgrading from your ship. You don't have to earn the blueprint and buy it in game or like do whatever it takes to earn that ship in game. You just get to start upgrading from there. You know? So it is a head start. Insurance and warranty forever. It's a head start. And now I want you to think about that head start that I just talked about, but with capital ships. So it is a massive lead. Now, here's the difference. Is that I think that when we start Star Citizen for the first time, because there will be a 1.0, no more wipes. That will be the beginning of Star Citizen, right? Beginning of Star Citizen will be 1.0, no more wipes. So that happens. The first year to 16 months, 18 months, the people who have the real money javelins, the real money Idrises, the real money whatever, those people are going to get quite a big lead. But after that, it's all going to balance out. It's all going to balance out because the people who will have the biggest advantage once there's no wipes is people who play the most. Albeit, people who play the most are going to get the biggest advantage. Those are all space dads. I think lots of people who are hardcore players have invested a lot of money. as well. But you're right. A lot of Space Dads as well. Yo, Batty, they teased the Kraken for 0.5 seconds at Levski. Probably doesn't mean anything, but you know. You still need to upgrade the blueprint? Right. But what I'm saying is time will be the great equalizer, I think, for real money versus... Because let me put it this way. Once we're a year in, if you're a brand new player and you're like, oh, well, I'm just going to go buy a Javelin. Well, the people who didn't buy the Javelin with real money are already playing the game and they already have all their upgrades, even though they didn't spend any real money, right? So like, yes, you're kind of catching up, because you get to skip to the owning the Javelin part, but it's never going to be like this massive I have something you don't advantage ever again once we get to that snowball. You know? Started as a space dad, now I'm upgraded to a space granddad. Hell yeah. Only problem is, what if the guy who both Javelins... Sorry. Let me reread this. I'm reading it wrong. The only problem is, what if the guys who both Javelins in a year have carriers by then due to head start? Wait. I think I see what you're saying. Like, you're saying the guy who bought the Javelin has a Bengal by the time I have the in-game Javelin. Well, eventually, that will level out too, right? I think eventually. Maybe 2 years in or 3. It's still a head start. You're right. But eventually it will level up.
Wait till Berks is my space dad.
Yo, Patty. Thanks, dude, for the 5. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you, man. Call me space dad anytime. I call you something else every other Wednesday, just saying. It's TM, by the way. Don't get any ideas. Only if the guy with a carrier lets you keep the station to build one. Oh, you're saying like he could just blow you up. Yeah, I mean, I guess fair. There's always going to be setbacks. There's always going to be org combat. Do I need to buy anything right now? Yes, Batty. We've already talked about this. You and everyone else in chat need to go buy at least 5 Star Lancers so we can get this shit out by 2030. Okay? If you don't, I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be 2020 or 2069 before this stuff's out.
So, that's an overview of crafting's key game mechanics.
On it, thank you.
I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process. Thank you, and have a good day.
I'll DM you, Taylor.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the...
Sorry, really quick, because I thought this was an interesting point. They personally, I think they should stop selling capital ships. Now that we're nearing 1.0, that would be amazing, but the cat's already out of the bag. Cat's already out of the bag. Batty's a Drake fan. I wonder if he's already seen the Ironclad. Oh, he's seen it. He's seen the 3 caterpillars in 1 trench coat. He's seen it. Don't worry. The Iron Chad. Probably need a special station to call out the Jabs and the Bengals. So, I mean, to even get the station is going to be an extremely hard thing to do. But I guess you could call it out at regular space stations, but who knows how that's going to work. Right? I would imagine that there are massive org wars and a ton of javelins are destroyed. The insurance, oh, that's kind of a crazy point. And I think would be really cool. Right? Imagine if there was a big org war and it slowed down the overall claim times of like that particular ship, like a Javelin or a Bengal or whatever. Unless you're crafting it yourself, I guess. Was there NPC crew talk for solos? There was not NPC crew talk, but I have to imagine that now, between now and when we get the actual gameplay we saw yesterday, we'll have an NPC crew talk. I think. A big orc war, that's right. Yo, chat, give me 1 second. We're on an ad break. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, and then we will keep on talking, and then we'll keep on. All right? We'll finish up this panel. BRB. Yo, back just in time, baby. Yo, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, let's keep watching. Just so you guys know, okay, some of you guys who are complaining about the ads, I can either run ads this way, one ad every 30 minutes for a minute and a half, or one big ad, 3 minutes, once an hour. I'm just saying, I feel like the once an hour is better.
AGP system design team. We now saw
I appreciate you guys hanging. I mean, listen, here's what I'm going to say, guys. If I ever get to the place where I can not run ads and make full-time money streaming, I will. If I ever get enough subscribers, if we ever make enough money on sponsorships, whatever, I'll turn them off. You'll never see them again. But I got to run them at the moment. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys hanging. I appreciate you watching the ads. I'm just saying.
Looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step.
You can turn off everything but pre-rolls, Tony.
As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library
It's cool. Yo, you guys who are asking how many subs for no ads the rest of the day, don't worry. We're probably not going to have another ad today. I appreciate you guys, though. Really, I do. Thank you. Regarding the claim timers, if ships won't be blowing up, so the winner now claims the husk of the ships and repairs them? Yeah, could be. That'd be cool. The guy who has been screaming in the crowd whenever someone yells missions has always been Elliot? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We know it's Elliot and DJ Bun yelling for AC. 100%.
This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed.
That's cool.
But it does not just end
Whoa. I just caught something. That I think might be cool. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. I wonder if what he means by claimed does mean like you pick them up or you receive them, or if like you could potentially trade them before they're quote unquote claimed. I wonder. I do wonder that. Like maybe there's a process of learning them.
Acquiring blueprints.
Maybe.
Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft a cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate.
Wait.
Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you...
Here's what I'm hoping, though. Okay, here's the one thing I'll say about this that does not make me potentially excited. Okay? Is... Right, okay, Sly, that makes sense. It will be a physical data pad and you can activate and claim it. What I will say is that I hope that it's not so much time and so much grind that there's nothing to do in between these wait times. You know what I mean? I hope that there's enough to do in between the wait times and the crafting. What did it say? 100 of these pistols? Right? That's what optional is for? I guess that's true. I guess this is all optional. Fair enough. No, Cam, I just don't want... There's a lot of information on the screen. I don't want to block it, is all.
Complete missions or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements.
No, you guys are right.
It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources. And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary.
Here's the deal. It sounds to me like they want you to specialize in a certain industry or a certain type of thing. You know what I mean? So would it be a grind to unlock every single blueprint in the game? And would it be almost, I mean, it'd probably be insanely hard to do. Yeah, but it's because I think they want you to be a piece of a bigger machine. And that bigger machine doesn't mean an org. It means an economy. You know? It doesn't mean a bigger machine in terms of you have to be a part of an org. I think you can be solo. Sounds like Eve? Yeah.
Secondary and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary
you cannot
raw
lose
material
blueprints, it sounds like.
defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low quality coal...
No, I don't think so. I will say Star Citizen is leaning towards the death as a solo player. No, I disagree. I think there's plenty for solo players to do. I think tons. I think that the only thing solo players should be worried of is maybe being zerged. But like that's a worry in any multiplayer video game, I think. I feel like a lot of this is very solo heavy. Like you could do all of this solo, which is great.
You might require 4 SCU of coal versus high quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations.
Lots to do, but solo players are gimped a bit. Right, but you're gimped because you're literally not 2 people or 4 people or 10 people or 20. You know what I mean? That's your gimp. Just like real life, though. You know what I mean? They've gimped you in the most realistic way possible. And they're also giving you a lot of resources and a lot of gameplay. Moving away from solo players? No. You're missing the point. Because, okay, listen, what you guys who are solo players are asking for, I'll just say it. You guys are asking for no unique or gameplay. That's what you guys are asking for. You're asking for no unique or gameplay, no unique multiplayer gameplay, no gameplay that you are like groups can do together that's unique and special. That's what you're asking for if you're saying they're moving away from solo gameplay. Do you see what I mean? There's nothing that solo players can't do, guys. We're gaining group content. We're not losing solo content. You can do all of this solo except for, I don't know, build a space station and run a bangle by yourself. You can do it all solo, guys. It's a multiplayer game, exactly. We're gaining multiplayer. We didn't have multiplayer, guys. We had no org gameplay. We had no org goals until 1 day ago. And now all of a sudden, it's not a solo gameplay anymore? I mean, come on, guys. Solo players can't complete. I mean, you're making it sound like you guys are going to have zero gameplay unless you play with a group of 1,000 people. That's just not the game that they're building. And here's the best part is we're all speculating at this point. You know what I mean? Like it could be a pain in the ass to be an org player, or it could be super, super easy to be a solo player. Yeah, what are you competing at? What are you competing at as a solo player versus orgs? Are you scared you can't 1v100 their bangle? Yeah, who cares? You're not going to be PvPing orgs. You can, but that's the best part. You can get the good gear without PvPing. Personally, it sounds to me, guys, what it sounds to me like the org gameplay that CIG is creating is both optional and both exciting if you like that kind of gameplay, but it sounds completely optional to me. It sounds to me like the only reason you would want to complete in that is if A, you like playing in an org, and B, you love PvP, you know? And then even then, you could split that in half. If you like playing in an org, but you don't like PvP, there's going to be an org for you, you know? It sounds to me like they're just giving everyone what they want. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think this is all amazing, personally.
In the world, as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself.
It depends on how they execute it. Totally, Silent Ruin. I'm with you. I think that you're thinking about it wrong. It's not that solo gameplay has been nerfed. It's that multiplayer gameplay has been buffed. I think you're thinking about it in the opposite direction. It's like if they... this is what it's like. It's like if the F7A was too strong, F7A Mark II was so strong, so they buffed every other ship in the game, and then you guys called the F7A. Everything else coming in line with it is the F7A getting a nerf. That's what it would be like. It'd be like them balancing the rest of the game for like bringing everything else up to speed, and then you calling that a nerf. It's like the opposite, I think. Anyways, the real truth is, guys, we aren't going to know what any of this looks like and the balance looks like until we get to the finish line. You know, like, we're not really sure.
You can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market. Now,
yeah, Zombie, you're right.
We are reaching the final step.
Yeah.
You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine.
No, Davian, it's not really a good, honestly, it's not really a good comparison in the first place, but I was just trying to come up with something, you know? Because, never mind. Anyways, we're going to keep moving on, guys, because I feel like we could just talk in loops about this forever.
Talking about crafting machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers.
I do want to point out, Zoso has a really good point here. It's not like solo players cannot join an org or simply do solo player content within an org. Guys, I promise you there will be orgs out there that will be like, hey, we're the org that of people who can only play a couple hours a week. Join us. You know, there will be people who play at your pace, you know? But again, I really, really don't want to make people seem like you can't play the game solo, because I think you will be able to. Very much so, I think. Yo, Tony, thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. I mean, there will be orgs out there that, exactly, like Solo Incorporated. There will be orgs out there where people basically just play solo, but together. Do you know what I mean? Like, that will happen. Kind of happens now, to be honest.
Yes. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later. Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future
Yo, Zuba, thanks,
of
dude.
crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched.
Sorry, really quick. Yes, but I'm a new player thinking about buying the game. Well, you shouldn't buy the game today, that's for sure. But hesitant because I would be solo and couldn't defend myself and so on. Yeah, it's very contextual to where you're at and what you're doing.
To unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So
Okay, yo, this is actually really important, I think. Spectrum post about LTI just came out. And I know a lot of you guys were really interested. So let's read what it has to say. Okay, so hi all, Disco here, dusting off the old Spectrum badge to address some of the questions we had coming up across Spectrum about LTI. In the notes Rich had about insurance in Star System 1.0 presentation yesterday. It is important to begin by reminding folks that vehicle insurance system has yet to exist in the persistent universe. From 2015 till today, everyone gets everything back to make things a little bit easier. Rich presentation was intended to convey how it will be implemented in 1.0 Star Citizen rollout. To avoid any, how do you say this word here? It's too big of a word. All right, my brain can't handle. I will limit myself to bullet points because when I write here, people often accuse me of getting paid by the word. Okay, all right. Unchanged plans. This is in-game purchased or creative vehicles. In-game purchase or creative vehicles. Unchanged plan. All insurance will last for varying durations. Just like it's always supposed to. No change. Okay. Unchanged plan. Level 1 chassis only. The insurance that has always been offered since the project began. No change. Future new additional option. Level 2 adds component coverage to the chassis. This is new and cool and will be addable in game. Level 3. This covers upcoming ship decorations, which includes the chassis components, which is awesome, and will be addable in game. Great. New implementation. Just like most of the real world, in Star System 1.0, vehicle insurance will pay out an appropriate credit value of your destroyed ship chassis, components, and decorations instead of replacing your vehicle outright. So it sounds like to me like, let me keep reading. New implementation, because they're probably going to answer some of my questions if I just keep reading. There will also be a separate in-game earnable warranties, which you can attach to any vehicle that when it is destroyed and you have insurance, you'll be able to receive the covered assets back instead of credit value. This is intended as a nice convenience, dyslexic. So you don't have to go spinning and reacquiring everything. These warranties will be a thing that you can work towards and earn through gameplay if you are so inclined. Oh, he spelled it wrong? Okay. Yeah, it's my brain, dude. If something's spelled wrong, it's... Yeah. Anyways, this is also new information. Vehicles attributed through website and not in-game money. Okay, so this is real money bought ships. Okay, real money bought ships here. Unchanged. All insurance will last varying durations, just like they were always supposed to. No change. Level 1 is chassis only. The insurance... Wait. Is this just like the same stuff? Level 1 chassis only. The insurance that has always been offered since the beginning, or the project began. Unchanged plan. Unique to the website. Lifetime insurance means you will never have to bother with renewing it in game. All of the durations are intended to be renewed through the in-game once the system is fully implemented. Okay. Level 2 adds the component coverage. So LTI does not cover component coverage then? Confirmed? Because this is a new level. I think that's confirmed then. LTI is just level 1. Okay. That makes sense. Level 2 adds component coverage. This is new and cool, will be addable in game. Level 3 adds coverage for upcoming ship decorations, blah, 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 will be added in game. All right, this is like the same line for number 1. Just like in much of the real world, Star Citizen, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, yeah, same information from the top line, actually. You'll also be able to get the warranties in game, blah, blah, blah. So the idea is if you have a warranty, it will replace your tier 1 coverage, the money you get from the tier 1 coverage. It will be replaced with just a brand new ship, right? You don't get the money, you get the ship instead, I think is what they're saying. If you don't have a warranty, you get money back and nothing else. I'm just making sure we're all on the same page. Keep reading. Okay, here's the big difference between the two. Regardless of whether you have lifetime insurance or 1 month or 10-year or anything else, if you have the vehicle attributed through the website, every one of them, regardless of insurance duration, will also have automatic permanent warranty that guarantees you will get the chassis back instead of credits. Okay, there you go. This effectively means there is no functional difference to all Pledge Store as you've known it, but you will now benefit from the additional new game add-ons that will let you cover components and decorations. By the way, guys, they talked about this exact system years ago. They talked about this exact system years ago, but it was just a little bit different. They always talked about how LTI was going to cover just the chassis and how you were going to be able to add it on and blah, blah. They've talked about this stuff before. This definitely makes sense, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, did I read everything? Effectively, this means no functional blah, blah, blah. System. This system is an evolution of our intended implementation, adding additional functionalities and comfort to our players while maintaining every functionality that has been detailed. Thank you for indulging my return to Spectrum. I'm going to go back to show prep after CitizenCon. GG's. All right, that was interesting. People are going to insurance fraud to get credits. Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. You don't sell your ship anymore. You're just insurance frauded. So if you no longer want a ship that you bought in game, you can destroy it and buy another ship with insurance money. Well, I will say that sounds potentially like you could do that. The only thing is what will the percentage of the money back you get back be? That's the question. And also, once that ship's gone, you lose it. So it's kind of a risky endeavor. And why? Just so you can move money around. I mean, if you had enough money, you wouldn't need to do that. There's a time delimit. Okay. So okay, you guys are saying there's a time limit or whatever, but let me ask you guys a question. Is if I buy a Gladius in game and then it explodes, I get the money back, right? I haven't got a warranty on it. I get the money back. And I'm sure they're going to talk about this later and explain it later. But what happens if I just take that money and I go buy a Buccaneer instead? It's fine, right? Then if that Buccaneer blows up, I can just go buy a Hornet, right? Deductible? Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's money out. Yeah, there's going to be some depreciation value for sure. Okay, I'm just making sure we're on the same page. That's what it sounds like to me too. You don't get 100% of the money back. You're right. But let's say you get, oh no, Buff, you son of a bitch. No, I have notifications off right now. Or I think I do. Oh wait, no, actually it's because I was in the wrong scene. Hello, Berks. This is your insurance company contacting you about your extended ship warranty. Please send $150,000 to my bank account. Checks in the mail, Buff. Don't worry. Checks in the mail. Yo, thank you, bro, for the 5,000 bits. Really appreciate that, man. If LTI only refers to insurance, all website purchases have a warranty. How is LTI beneficial? Yeah, I guess that's true. It isn't. Yeah, I guess it's not. LTI just lasts longer? Wait, what do you mean though? You have the permanent warranty. In LTI only covers level 1, so therefore, I guess you guys are right. It doesn't mean anything. Someone tell me what it means. What benefit do you get over someone who doesn't have LTI? I don't think anything. LTI never cost anything either. Good point. Good point. Can I share the link, please? Yeah, sure. Actually, hold on. Just closed out of it, but I'll get it to you. LTI is for the insurance. All ships have some sort of LTI. LTI warranty, not insurance. But insurance only matters if you don't have the warranty, correct? And if you only get the level 1 insurance and you have the warranty, they cancel each other out. Why you need insurance and the warranty? Okay, I get what you're saying. You need both the warranty and the insurance. So, okay, let me start from the top. Your ship blows up. Okay? I have insurance. So now I'm going to get money back for the components, or sorry, let's just say we're level 1. So now I'm going to get money back for just the body. And then I have a warranty. So that cancels out, and now I just get the body back, essentially. But if I don't have the warranty, yeah, okay, so I guess I get that. But the warranty comes from buying the ship on the website. But once you run out of the 6-month insurance, so what happens if you don't have insurance, but you have the warranty? That's what we're trying to answer. That's what people are confused about. The warranty only applies to in-game bot ships if you get one in-game. The warranties are not going to be on every in-game bot ship. They said so. We don't know the answer. I guess that's true. Yeah, it's all speculation. Your ship will be unavailable until you renew, but it's not permanently lost. Okay, gotcha. I'm confused, Fipple. What are you trying to do? You're trying to clarify? I think we got it. I'm pretty sure we got it, right? What's up?
Yo, so yeah, you got it right. From how I understand it, the ship that you bought on the website would have the warranty attached, right? Let's say, for example, it's a 6-month insurance. You run out. So
read chat. Everyone's saying something fucking different.
To then pay in-game for the insurance in order to use the warranty to claim your pledged ship back. But if you have LTI, because you always have insurance anyway, then you can always claim the ship back without spending in-game money.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
See, one person says, this guy gets it. Someone else says, yes. Someone else says, wrong. He's totally right. Totally wrong. You see what I mean? This is why this shit's confusing. Oh, man. All right, anyways, we're moving on. All right, thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
Personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you are part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter.
I don't know, guys. This shit ain't gonna matter for 5 years.
A ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love, we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression.
I asked ChatGPT to explain LTI to me. Okay, this is the post from Disco Lando. All right. The text, let's see if ChatGPT is actually smarter than us. The text outlines LTI, lifetime insurance, benefits in Star Citizen compared to other forms of insurance. This is totally going to be wrong. I can feel it. Here are the key benefits of LTI. Permanent coverage. LTI means you never have to renew your insurance on your vehicle, unlike other types that need renewal after certain duration. Okay, this is right so far. It's right so far. It guarantees continuous coverage of the vehicle's chassis and stock component. I don't know about stock components, but maybe it does, without worrying about an expiration. Stock components are included? Wrong? Fuck! Can't even trust AI these days.
That involves the...
Wait, stock components are included in tier 1? Oh shit, I was wrong. All right, yo, ChatGPT, I'm sorry. We're going back. It's not? It is or it isn't? I'm done talking about this. Nobody knows what's going on. I'm convinced nobody knows.
Entirety of our game. And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building.
Woo! Base building!
I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, citizens. Who's excited to start talking about this next topic?
Me! So we can stop talking about LTI. Jesus!
Let's get into it. My name is Luke Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro.
Mike's too close to his
Keep
nose.
in mind that the following footage
Maybe it's
is
not
work
close
in
enough.
progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you.
Pyro 3,
We
I
found a
believe.
beautiful location by a lake.
No, this is Pyro 2
is where
maybe.
we build ourselves a home.
Pyro 2,
to do
Pyro
so,
3.
we need some resources and the construction graph card. The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress. A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick...
How are even 10% going to have a home with all the planets and moons overcrowding? There's way more than enough space. That's how. People have done the math, and if everyone got like an 8-kilometer circle radius for a base, there'd be more than enough room even on just Microtech. Like, we're talking about an abnormally large game here. Like, if they ever added floating bases to Crusader's quite literally bigger than all of Earth. 1 for 1. It's bigger than Earth. So, a lot of space.
Pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous. But in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside.
Earth has more wood and a lot of water.
As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think.
Oh, I'm sure it works great on y'all's
Power
PCs.
providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status.
By the way, when Chris said 12 to 18 months, I personally believe this level of base building is what he was talking about.
Of our building. And, more importantly, we get to activate it here. That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now. As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building. I wonder what he was up to earlier, though.
Yo, anyone get a calculator out that can convert how many light years, how many CIG light years a 12 to 18 months is? Anyone know?
Wow. Declan has been busy decorating the place.
It's like a time conversion,
As we can see,
I think.
the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you.
Light years is a distance? Yeah, I was making a joke.
Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're in a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it.
All right, you guys keep on saying light years is a distance. Light years is a distance. It's not a time. I don't know, guys. Base building seems pretty far away to me, if you ask me. I don't know. This shit seems pretty far. It seems pretty distant to me. I'm just saying.
Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited.
This is cool.
Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building.
Okay, just some little, not Easter eggs, but details for you guys here. Item count, max item count, weekly tax. So when you put a base down, you're going to have to pay some sort of tax, potentially.
Our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain.
This looks good.
That will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials.
Hold on a second. Okay, this is some top tier information coming in. you can actually use a XT chart with space distance plotted with X's time plotted on the X-axis and time on the distance on the X-axis and time on the Y-axis. So effectively, you can map time to distance. Thank you. Finally, someone with some good explanations.
You choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have an unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER. We can also link multiple buildings together. And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of, inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures like power generators...
Oh, sorry guys, we have some premium information coming in. Okay, and I want you guys to let me know if you think this is wrong or right. Okay, let me know if you think this is wrong or right. I'm gonna go ahead and read it. I cooked. So let me translate Jared's post for you bozos. 1, you need a warranty and insurance to get your ship back. If only insurance, you get credits. If only warranty, you need insurance. Okay. Speculating, but potentially true. 2, all real money ships have automatic warranty. No need to acquire in-game. 3, LTI has lifetime insurance. No need to rebuy in-game after it expires. 4, LTI is tier 1 insurance. Only the ship and stock components and will need to be upgraded the same as any other insurance. I mean, honestly, that all kind of sounds right to me. Yeah, that sounds correct. Anyone think that's wrong? Any doubters? Oh no. No. I actually just lost my place. Shit. No. Wait, maybe right here?
Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication.
Oh wait, no, it was like right here.
Operational structures,
this is
like
good.
power generators, require maintenance
420?
of their fuses and sometimes need to be sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the structural integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe.
It's cool.
It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and
there
moved
was a hacking
using
level
decorative
stat?
ER
Oh.
mode. as a hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place so that only you and your friends get to rearrange your decorations. And best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangers and ships.
Yo, Buff. I just wanted to say huge shout out to Buff Wombat for that that interesting translation on LTI. Really appreciate that. Thanks, Buff. Thank you, man.
To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1. Come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2. Use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3. Personalize your base, personal hanger and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan,
too.
Mark, Shao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication.
Hey, listen, I don't know about you guys, but I was actually hoping we could debate the LTI thing for a little bit longer. Is that cool? Just like maybe like a couple more hours, we could debate the LTI. Is that cool with everyone? Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. No, here's the deal, is I think that pretty much sums it up. But what I will say is that here's the basic premise, no matter what. If you bought a ship with real money, you have an advantage. If you bought it with in-game money, you have a bit of a disadvantage. That's really it. That's really it. I'm sure they'll clarify more later. Yeah.
Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Declan!
Nice one, James. All right. Thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Morning.
Yo, Zach, thank you very much, dude.
My name is Deck. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot.
Yeah, base built in Pyro, Pyro 3.
But, do you want to see a big base? Yeah. Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. It's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's.
This video is and explains all of LTI. I'm fucking banning you from my chat permanently. Get him out of here, mods. Get him out. Get him.
It's going to be. So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCarts 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings.
Oh,
so
God.
far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage. We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin.
Ooh.
All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on. We have our output grid here where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials.
This all looks really cool. I wish they could just get it. Get it out of an in-game. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm with you. I agree.
All right, now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is determined where you select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want.
Kind of like, to me, feels like satisfactory.
A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage.
The game's not even playable right now? You mean live? Shh. Hey, listen, hold on a second. What do you mean? The game's working right? The game's working. Look at it, it's working fine. I'm right here. Shop now. Okay, here we go. View all game packages. This is the game right here. Oh, baby. What do you mean it's not working? I've already linked the vid in chat. I'll link it again.
Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session. We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A, and then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that. And it has to all be contained within the same base.
As a Star Citizen fan, vids like this make it totally justified for when people call the game a scam. I don't care about this shit that won't be in game effectively or affect the gameplay for years. I mean, that's totally valid, I think. I think that's absolutely valid. Here's what I will say. I'm glad that CIG is thinking about this stuff. I'm glad that this is their plan. I'm glad that on the other side of this CitizenCon wasn't CIG going, here's some more shiny ships and some gameplay that means nothing, right? Like, this was the first CitizenCon we've ever gotten that I feel like there's an actual fucking plan to the end game. There's an actual plan to what we're supposed to be doing long term. You know what I mean? That's what I'm excited about. That being said, you are 100% correct that it is hard to get excited about this stuff when live barely works. It doesn't work. I tried twice today. It doesn't work at all. And this stuff is probably years away. But can you blame me for being excited that the game that I want to be successful is showing that the stuff that's at the end of the road is actually probably going to be good? Or it looks like it's going to be good at least? You know? I agree with you, though. I agree with you. It's tough. No, I agree. From an outside perspective in, like, if you are not a Star Citizen fan and you're not in the gameplay and you don't, like, really know about the game that much, and you saw what was happening the last 2 days, you'd probably be like, why the fuck are these people getting excited? You know, for the most part. But Berks, to be fair, it wouldn't be fair to warn new players to not buy ships now, given the PU is totally unplayable. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah. Which is why I have been telling people. I tried to play live multiple times today and it did not work, unfortunately. Oh shit, did we have another ad break? My bad, guys. My bad. I thought we would get done with this video before we could get through the last one. Or the next one. Yeah, it's the plan posted up, Contagion. I'm with you, dude. For sure. Why does everyone assume that it's years away? Probably because it is. Now, the V1 of this stuff, some of this stuff is not going to be years away. Some of this stuff will come sooner. Some of this stuff will come sooner for sure. But Berks, you told me to buy. That's right, baby. Run to the pledge store. Only you can speed up the development of Star Citizen by buying 10 Star Lancers. Oh. If you are legit the best proponent of this game. Oh, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I think, you know, there are lots of good voices in the community. But I appreciate it. It's why I watch you so often, keep it real and legit. People tell not to play this game. Right. I mean, it's like, I'm going to be the first one screaming from the rooftops to open up Star Citizen and play it the first day that it feels like that's the case. But yeah, it's definitely, as a Star Citizen fan, I feel like we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. A little bit. I wonder what the implications of base building on a moon without breathable atmosphere is. Will it be much harder to live there? Probably. That sounds cool, though. Yeah, future information, most likely. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, again, to be fair, one of the things that is coming soon is the Star Lancer. Sly's got a good point. I'm surprised that thing isn't years away.
Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators.
That's cool.
Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do.
Years before you can buy it in game? The Star Lancer? Just 2 patches typically. Yeah, this is really cool.
It has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special in that it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar. Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar?
I mean, it's going to be out in a month.
Maybe not.
You know what I mean? Anonymous, so we'll know then. It's going to be on
We'll have a
PTU
drive
soon,
around,
probably.
We'll go to the entrance and we'll see what's in store for us.
Yo, I'm reading, Chris. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you, man. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to be a positive voice. I try to be as realistic as possible, though. But I'll tell you what, guys. This last couple days has made me excited. On day number 1, though, when they were hyping us up, and they were like, this is going to be the best CitizenCon you've ever seen, and then we saw grass, I'm not going to lie. I was a little worried, but they came through. Yeah, Loki, I was reading about that earlier.
Looks like whatever it is, it's just
Oh, God.
about finished crafting. Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship.
Hi, Berks. I'm a console player. What's the best rig for me to try Star Citizen and not go all out? A time machine would probably be the best rig to build, I'd say. You got one of those? No, I think genuinely, dude, you're early. I think genuinely you're early. If you're looking to build a PC, I would just like save money and chill. Look at updates, follow a streamer, maybe doesn't have to be me, follow Robert Space Industries on Twitter. And, well, I mean, you want me to tell this guy to go out and buy a PC today? Think of the disappointment. All right, I take it back. Yeah, you go buy a 4080 right now. You'll be fine, dude. I swear. No, okay, so here's what I recommend for components, though, just so you have your answer. 16 gigabytes of RAM, minimum 32 if you can. 32 is going to help. 16's kind of not enough. SSD for sure. And you need a decent CPU, GPU combo. CPU, more important than GPU. If you can get a 7800X3D, you're going to have the best time with Star Citizen's like CPU and in performance. Yo, Dave, thank you very much, bro, for the 10 gifted. Yo, 07's in chat for those gifted subs. Thank you very much. In order for CPU, GPU, what is it, guys? It's telemetry. It's Robert Space Industries. I'll drop this link. robertspaceindustriescom/telemetry. Telemetry. Here we go. So I don't know if this is going to give us like good information on what we want. It used to be a little bit more like easy in terms of you would like hover over something and it would show you like what's what and like what you need to get good FPS. Thanks for the advice. I'm in Best Buy right now. Oh shit, this guy's going deep. All right, good luck, have fun, dude. Oh my god, yo, Buff with the 25 gifted. Holy shit. Yo, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yo. 07's in chat for Buff too. I almost missed that one. Thank you so much, man. Huge, man. Appreciate you being a part.
So, quick recaps.
Yeah, Baxter, that could be true.
We've tapped into the brand new resources.
I am not clicking that link,
by turning
DJ.
into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling.
DJ Button from CIG says, this video explains 99% accurately the only correct point about the void warranties.
Hello, my old chum. I'm
1.0 let's go.
I'm not a goblin.
Wow, that was extremely insightful. Thank you very much, DJ Button. Thank you. I don't think that I would have been able to sleep tonight without that clarification.
And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items such as ships.
I get it now.
Now, ships are valuable because you can fly them.
Yo, Joe, thank you, dude. And Eric, thank you very much for the prime.
Item, they can also be sold to other players.
Cool.
So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops.
Yo, Doodle, thank you as well. Thank you so much.
First is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock.
Yeah, Vekalu, I saw it. Hey, chat, did we see the Spectrum post about LTI in 1.0? Anyone want to go through that in detail for the next few hours? No?
Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as to make your own ship showroom. You can advertise your wares on a MobiGla pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful.
It's been edited.
For
gotcha.
Base building the game as a
I'll
whole.
take a look.
Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions.
Someone post a link?
You want to do your beacons. That's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high quality materials will be the most powerful in the game. On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which can help you divide up the foundation decals, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paints in-game and apply them to buildings.
Cool. Something that someone said over on YouTube was, I don't understand how solo players say this isn't content for them. I can now go to big orgs and buy from them. You could also sell to them. You could also specialize in certain equipment. But one thing I will say is that something that people need to remember is that most orgs will probably be friendly. I know some of them will be shoot on sight. Some of them will be sweaty nullsec orgs, but I think most orgs will probably not be shoot on sight for the most part. Most orgs will probably want to work with people.
As well as add your own custom tech, so if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First up, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. as well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter, but in return, they will provide you with produce.
Farming!
Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course.
I saw this once already, yeah.
Not yet. Maybe. No.
The roads are cool. I mean, this is all concepts.
We have a few more.
All right, guys. I'm tired of people giving these fucking stupid predictions. Okay? Everyone's saying 2026. Everyone's saying 2027. Everyone's saying 2028. Whatever. Okay, 2030. Here's the real prediction. How much money will CIG have made by the time 1.0 comes out? That's the real prediction. What amount of money will we be at? 2 billion? 1.4? Next month? You mean spent? I mean, I don't know. I would assume CIG has spent close to 700 million. If you just do the math based on their salaries alone. You guys know how much money CIG is making? Or sorry, not making. How much they're spending on just salaries every year? They're probably spending upwards of 100 million on just salaries every year. Most likely. Are we saying there's not enough money or too much? I mean, they're kind of like in the middle at the moment, but 500 million and they actually invent a time machine? Okay. 5 months after Squadron? Yeah, it could be. I mean, whatever update comes after Squadron will have to be huge and stable and good because a lot of people, if it's good, will want to come play Star Citizen. So it'll be important for them to position themselves. 100 million is not a shock. Totally. But it puts in perspective like how much money they have and how much money they need. When is Squadron? Probably 2026, now probably 2027. Our sponsor.
How much money you say? How about
777,777,777,777,777,
just kidding. But also 777,777,777,777,777,777. Just kidding. But also. No.
More additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures.
Wait, what the heck? No, seriously, why is it reading Dave's chats but not Buff? Oh, you know what? I think it might be Buff. I think you might have to donate more than... Wait, no, I think it should be 100. I don't know why. That's so weird. Maybe it has to be over $2? I can't remember.
Which you've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today, rather, is large. XL is larger than large. And then you have your defense.
Cool. The base is under attack.
So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided.
Oh, guys, here we go. Here's some updated information. I was trying to figure out what was new about that new information on the LTI stuff. Here we go, boys. Strap in. LTI again. If your vehicle is destroyed without insurance, it is lost forever. There will be a way to track the duration. There will be a way to track the duration in game when the system is implemented, and a warning when you summon the vehicle without active insurance. The choice to operate a vehicle without insurance will be deliberate, very noticeable, and entirely yours. There you go. No, I think someone was right. It is because I changed scenes. Sorry about that. You're not doing this right. Sorry, Buff. My bad, bro. Link? It's just what someone said in chat. I don't have the link to it. Creating 2 products simultaneously when the first one's constantly delayed and bugged is crazy. Sure. Okay, let's keep going.
For you, with max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in Lawless, Pyro and the likes,
oh, there's the
you
link.
have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax.
Yeah, there's a link for you guys.
And then you'll gain protection in return. In Lawless, no cost. Higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go. You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org. For this, there will be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main game.
Sorry, I feel like this is a good question. Will insurance premiums go up if the young pilots crash all the time, like new pilots? I think the answer is no. They even specified that starter ships will not fall under the same insurance restrictions as bigger ships. Makes sense if they want to release ships like the Genesis Starlander for travel. Yeah. They still haven't done really anything with like traversal missions or like transport missions, so we'll see.
Gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these systems. But before we go, we have one final video.
Hey, by the way, how's YouTube been in terms of choppiness? Has it been much better? Much better? Great. Wow, on the water, that's cool. Cool, user. Nice. That was cool.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Very cool, very cool, very cool. All right, guys. That is the end of this panel, and that is also where I am going to wrap up for today. I've got some stuff to get done, but man, a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. It's been a lot of fun. You know, we learned a lot today. What did we learn this week, guys? What did we learn this stream? We learned about LTI. We learned about the bases we will or will not build. We learned about the real gameplay was the friends we made along the way. Read this? I already read this, Delight. I did already read through this entire thing. The only thing is I don't know what's different. I made the mistake of reading through it right away.
07.
Yo, D-Man, thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you, bro. We learned who Nick Piers was. It's true. The Nick Piers. They brought him in. Crazy guys. I didn't think they'd do such an insane thing like that. Yo, Flynn, thanks for hanging out, dude. I appreciate it a lot. Do you think that they will prevent us from building bases in a way that prevents ground access to the base? I don't know, but I was just thinking to myself, here, I'm going to drop this. If anyone wants to go through this, I don't want to go through this again, to be honest. But here's what I'm going to say is that I do wonder if, like that video that we just watched, if the really random odd things that are on the ground, like the rocks, the trees, the plants that are indestructible, I wonder if we'll eventually get to move those out of the way. Because that's the only thing with base building that I could see as like a major issue, is like just like the nodes on the ground really getting in the way of like you making some interesting structures. Hopefully there's a plan for that. I'm sure there is. Anyways, guys, that's not a big deal. I'm going to be sending you guys over to someone else. Let's see who's on. Okay, yo, looks like Pep is playing the game, which should be a rare treat for you guys. This guy, incredible streamer, super funny. I think you guys will love hanging out with him. I'll send you guys a link over on YouTube as well if you guys want to check him out. His name is Pep. But yeah, guys, give Pep an 07. Have fun with him. If you guys like the stream, make sure to follow. If you love the stream, consider subscribing. And you get that juicy ad-free content as well. So thank you guys again so much for hanging out. A lot of fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll definitely be streaming tomorrow. I'll see you guys then for some more gameplay. Hopefully live's working. Or even better, hopefully we get a PTU soon for 4.0. Yeah? Yeah. All right. Enjoy. I'll see you guys in the next one. GG's and have a good rest of your night. Peace out. GG's. Later, guys.